It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, growing outrage. New charges against the man who shot a Missouri teen after he rang the wrong doorbell.
I can tell you there was a racial component to the case.
We're live on the scene with new details on the investigation and the young student's recovery. Then, taking care of business with summer right around the corner. A look at a teen rite of passage, that first paying job.
So this is my first paycheck job where it's really official.
We'll take a look back at our first jobs and their lasting impact. And wowzer, Jack Black topping the charts with his new song from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Peaches, 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 peaches.
How the ditty became a surprise hit. Today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023.
From Memphis, today's our anniversary.
Hi to my grandkids in St. Elizabeth, Missouri.
We love you.
Shout out to Scarborough High School in
Maine.
On a girls trip from Houston.
Visiting from Byron, Minnesota.
And Crown Point, Indiana.
Here for Brendan's Sweet 16. Celebrating our 70th birthdays from Baltimore and Sand Hills, North Carolina.
It's our first mother-daughter trip from Salmon, Idaho.
From Tampa. Just got married Saturday.
And now we're honeymooning
At the Today Show.
Back now, 8:10 with Today's Talker. And this morning, we're focusing on teenagers and jobs.
Okay, the end of the school year will be here before we all know it. A lot of kids are beginning to search for their first paying gigs. Hello, Jenna.
Hi,
Hi, girl.
guys. Okay, I loved my job growing up as a camp counselor. It really helped me discover my passion for teaching. I liked my job at a clothing store, but while every job has its up and downs, a new survey is showing it may be worth putting in the work.
It's a timeless rite of passage.
Guess who just got the job at our
Your first job and that first hard-earned paycheck. More than 40% of 16 and 17-year-olds have jobs, according to a new national poll of parents with teens. And over half of 18-year-olds are working. Many parents see a positive impact, with the jobs giving their teens the opportunity to learn time and money management, boost self-esteem, and make new friends. But some parents are also worried. For those teens without a job, parents surveyed were concerned about the impacts on grades, sleep, and schedules.
So this is my first paycheck job where it's really official.
16-year-old Walker Satterfield of North Carolina has been hired this summer as an assistant swim coach and lifeguard. To make time for the job, Walker spoke with his mom, Beth, and decided to give up his spot on the varsity basketball team.
I couldn't stay committed to basketball if I wanted to work.
I think when you look at sort of what teens have on their plates with academics and sports, other extracurricular activities, it's like something has to give.
I can't make them want to play soccer or do the swimming. Walker's very clear. He needs his downtime.
How do you make sure you have time for yourself too?
Sometimes, unfortunately, I procrastinate a little bit. I think just to kind of leaving one day in the week where I don't have a packed schedule, that really helps.
Walker now has a plan, and with his mom's support, he's ready for his first day of work.
Get a job that you're interested in. Once you create a relationship with people in the job, it doesn't really become a job. It just becomes fun and scheduled fun.
So scheduled fun. It's so interesting because it feels like kids aren't working as much, but they surely are. Savannah, you sort of ran Arizona as a toddler.
I did it as a toddler. No, but we always
How many
had
jobs? Let's go.
I started when I was 14.
Okay,
illegal. Illegal.
I started. It was illegal, probably, but I got $1 an hour. That's how they got away with it. I bussed tables.
Bust tables. Okay, that's
and then I got a job at 15 at the cookie store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gained 25 pounds. It was like scoop the cookie dough, eat the cookie dough. Scoop the cookie dough, eat the cookie dough. Then I worked at a skateboard shop.
And this was during the
All
school
high school.
year.
I worked year-round.
Did you work at the skateboard shop because there was a cute boy there?
No, that was like a cool job. I wanted that job really bad. That was like a cool place. And then I started working as like a kind of like a bookkeeper, secretary type position at a construction company. But I mean, I worked summer and all year long.
Yes.
But that was because my parents were like, you don't come looking for money, and don't be asking for an allowance to do things you're supposed to do, like make your bed.
Totally.
If you
By the
want
way,
money to spend,
it's got to be
get a
good
job.
for kids.
Yes.
It's got to be good. So
I mean, it shows, right, that their self-esteem is better, that they have friends.
Yes.
You worked at Scoops. Speaking of Scoops.
I delivered the Washington Post. Was my first job at like 14. And I think it teaches you, first of all, discipline.
Yeah.
You got to get up at the crack of dawn. And then after a whole month of delivering the paper, when you showed up to get the pay, they would hand you $1 and you were like $1 for 30 days.
Yeah.
So but it also taught you how to deal. I worked at a restaurant at Ponderosa. When people were unkind or they were dissatisfied, you just had to make it work.
Yeah.
I think, and you're around grown-ups, so you learn all that stuff.
It's so funny because I was thinking last night, I worked through high school too, but I don't think my parents pushed me into it. It's so funny. It's like, how can we give our kids sort of the nudge without overwhelming them?
But maybe they don't. Do they need the nudge? You didn't need the nudge. You didn't need the nudge.
No, I needed the money.
But there was something in us.
The money.
But you know what I will say? I would put, who knows what our kids will do. All of our kids are pretty little. I would put as much a premium. I would want them to have a job. I would put that at the top of the list of the ways they could spend their time than some like chess club or sport or whatever. I'd be like, get a job. To me, there's nothing more valuable. And in terms of everything, and it's like, it just sets you up for life.
The other thing my mom did that I just was so admired of is that she took me to a place called the Austin Children's Shelter because she knew I loved kids. So she said, I've just visited this. I think you'll love it. And I volunteered there every Sunday because but she didn't say, go do it. She just said, I want to show you something I think you'll love. And that's sort of...
And I think the service piece gets lost in a lot of the stuff because you need to have a job. But I also do think kids who are not overscheduled, but scheduled, get more done.
Yes.
Like if you know, I have to work here, I do my homework here, I have sports here, I think you do better.
You guys, we asked for some tips because this is all based on a study, right? So Sarah Clark at the University of Michigan said 3 things that parents can do. So if you're trying to help your child navigate working, first, set boundaries. So look at their schedule, and say, okay, can you do this? Do you have time for this?
Overload you.
Yes. Help them because we do know that teens are more stressed than ever.
Yeah, agreed.
The second thing is support the process. Help them find jobs, and it's okay. And also let them know that rejection is to be expected.
Yes.
I mean, if they should know that just by being a teen.
But it's fun to tell you, say like, oh, why don't you walk? Oh, you like this store? Why don't you go and walk in and ask for an application?
Totally.
Mom, you don't ask for the application.
Yes.
The kid goes in there and asks for the application.
And then finally, just make sure that your kids understand that they may not make $1 million in their first year.
Didn't you love when you got your paycheck and you were like, what are all these taxes? You didn't even know what your parents were complaining about. When did he take that? I worked that whole time. Yeah.
Exactly. So just make sure your kids understand.
All right, Jenna, that was awesome. are back now, 8:35, with an exclusive first look at a new docuseries coming to Peacock, putting the infamous case of the Menendez brothers right back in the spotlight.
Yeah, it includes explosive new allegations against their late father. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is here with more. Jacob, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. This is an incredible story. The trials of Eric and Lyle Menendez gripped the nation in the 1990s. Two brothers found guilty of murdering their parents in their Beverly Hills mansion. They have long maintained it was self-defense. They claim they were sexually abused by their father for years and their mother turned a blind eye. Now a member of the 80s Latin pop music sensation Menudo says he too was a victim of Jose Menendez, possibly giving the brothers a chance at freedom after more than 3 decades behind bars.
In the 1990s, the trials and story of Eric and Lyle Menendez captivated the country. The brothers convicted of murdering their parents, Jose and Kitty.
The jury recommended life in prison without parole for gunning down their parents.
In the deciding trial, all testimony of sexual abuse was deemed inadmissible, the judge citing irrelevance. But now, for the first time, another alleged victim of Jose Menendez is coming forward with accusations of sexual abuse. And it could mean a chance at freedom for the Menendez brothers.
It's time for the world to know the truth.
In a new docuseries called Menendez Menudo Boys Betrayed, former Menudo band member Roy Rossello says he was molested by then-head of RCA Records, Jose Menendez.
I know what he did to me in his house.
Rossello performed with the iconic Puerto Rican boy band from the age of 13 to 16. The group, known for giving Ricky Martin his start, was formed and managed by Edgardo Diaz. Rossello says Diaz also sexually abused him, and at one point brought him to Menendez's New Jersey home, where he says Menendez drugged and raped him.
That's the man here that raped me. This guy, that's the pedophile.
How old were you there?
14 years old.
Journalists Neri Inclan and Robert Rand made the connection between Rossello and Menendez while working on another story.
He's also this key witness in this other spectacular crime.
Rand delivered the news to the brothers, who are currently serving life sentences without parole for their crimes.
We have found somebody who we believe was abused by your father.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Frankly, to be honest, I feel horrible. It's sad to know that there was another victim of my father. You know, I always hoped and believed that one day the truth about my dad would come out. But I never wished for it to come out like this, the result of trauma that another child has suffered. And kind of makes me very sad. It was pretty overwhelming to hear that. We'd heard rumors that something might have happened with Menudo through the years. It's a remarkable thing that happened so many decades later. Of course, you know that would have made a difference at trial. Certainly that would have made an enormous difference because the entire trial centered on the belief of these events.
Eric Menendez says he remembers seeing Rossello with his father in their home as a child.
My dad was one of the guys that was choosing and selecting the new members of the group. I remember him specifically taking one of the kids, going off and saying he wanted to talk to him alone, and they went off into the house upstairs.
What has to happen for the Menendez brothers to sort of see the light of day, to breathe free air one of these days? First, they have to file the petition. The petition has to be reviewed by a Superior Court judge. The judge has to grant a new trial, and the defense has to win at trial. So those procedural and factual hurdles that's a big mountain to climb. Is this a glimmer of hope? It's a glimmer.
3 boys who say they were betrayed, now men seeking justice.
Hopefully it will make a difference. You know, you would think in a fair world that it would. Whether we live in that fair world, really, I guess we'll find out.
We will be watching this very closely to see if the Menendez brothers file a petition with all this new evidence. They've exhausted their appeals, so this is a chance of real movement in this case. We reached out to Edgardo Diaz for comment on Roy Rossello's allegations. He hasn't responded, but has continuously denied them in the past. The trailer for Menendez Menudo Boys Betrayed is out today. You can catch the entire series when it premieres on May 2nd, only on Peacock.
All right. Jacob, thank you.
that trial well.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Jacob, thank you. Much more ahead this morning, including Adriana Brock. She'll be along here. She's got some best-selling fashion finds for spring and summer. We're going to get that jean jacket for Al this morning, guys. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back this morning on Today Bestsellers. We are sharing some favorite fashion finds for warmer weather. Our guide is Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. If you would like to shop along with us this morning, simply scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Adriana, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Wait, you look so springy. We did have a preview of spring last week.
Yes.
So let's talk about our spring fashions.
Let's keep it going with spring fashion. And you are also in the mood for spring, but everyone else at home can be too. And there's simple ways to upgrade your wardrobe to really get it ready for the season in the warmer months. The first is a good top. So this top is actually what I say is the best of both worlds. Combines the comfort of a t-shirt with the look of a blouse.
Yeah.
It's also machine washable, so you don't have to worry about dry cleaning or hang drying or anything like that. Super comfortable, super affordable. It comes in a bunch of different colors. And this is the type of top you can wear with like a maxi skirt. You could pair it with jeans. You could dress it up with work pants. Versatile piece you're going to want in your closet all season long.
Yeah, nice and light too, as it gets a little hot.
It does.
Are we doing the jean jacket
We're
next?
doing the jeggings.
Oh, I didn't even notice them there.
Yes. Don't they look like real jeans?
They do, actually. They disappeared. I thought the mannequin was wearing no pants, to be honest. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay.
So this is another combination of the best of both worlds. We love living in our leggings all winter long.
Yeah.
But now that it's spring, it's time to dress it up, bust out the jeans, but you don't really have to with jeggings. Combines leggings and jeans into one and super comfortable. They've got stretch. These are really nice from Amazon Essentials brand, and it comes in inclusive sizing. So it comes in a size extra small to 6XL, comes in short, regular, and long lengths. So you're gonna get something for everybody.
And you could tuck in if you wanted it. Like most leggings, like it looks like pants.
Our producer Ariella really loves these. I wear them too.
Okay.
I usually like to wear it with a shirt that hits at the waist, or I'm sorry, at the hip.
Okay.
But you can totally wear it with a shorter blouse too.
You do you.
Exactly.
Perhaps you throw a jean jacket on top.
Yes, exactly. The jean jacket is the ultimate layering piece for spring for men and women.
Yeah.
So this one's from Wrangler, super classic brand. They're each under $40.
Great.
What I really love about the women's one is that it's got a little bit of stretch cotton in it. So you get that comfy feel. And this is a great piece that you could wear on vacation. You can wear it day to night, really, really versatile. And again, it's all about the staples that are going to bring the stuff you already have in your closet
I like to
together.
throw it over like over a sundress or something, you know, when it gets a little chilly when
So
the sun
cute.
goes down.
Yeah.
Very cute. Are both colors available for men and
Both
women?
colors. It comes in a bunch of different colors too. Different
okay,
shades
great.
of blue.
Okay, now tell me about, you were telling me these are called the Brooklyn Croc.
Literally, the name
is it?
So Crocs are having a resurgence.
Yes.
The New York Times just did a whole feature on how sales are through the roof. People are finally realizing what a lot of healthcare workers and teachers already know.
Yeah.
These are so comfortable. So Crocs came out with the Brooklyn Wedge for summer.
Okay.
This is kind of like their stylish take on the Crocs.
Got
You're
it.
still going to get the comfort of a Croc, but you get the look of a
It's
nice
like
little
if
wedge.
Crocs and Birkenstocks had a baby. This is what this sandal would look
Exactly.
like.
It's kind of like the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Again, kind of going with the theme today. And they're also really lightweight. So
they just said Birkin Crocs.
Birkin
It's
Crocs.
brilliant. I know. They're so smart in the control room.
No,
Okay.
but these are really great. You get the comfort that we love about Crocs, but you get a nicer little wedge, and it's 2 inches, so it's manageable enough to wear all day long.
Yeah, it'd be cute with a skirt too, because you have that little height.
Exactly.
All right, the layering necklace.
Oh, I know you are a fan of
I love
layering
it. I do.
necklaces, and a lot of people are. This is a great way to spruce up any outfit and accessorize. Get this. This 20-piece set of necklaces is just $13.99.
Wait,
okay?
you get 20 pieces?
You get 20 necklaces. You get 14 that are gold tone, and you get 6 silver tone ones.
Wow.
And you can mix and match them. This is a no-brainer for anybody. You can give some to your friends. You can keep all of them. I mean, this is just such a great way to dress up any look.
And all different lengths, I can
And
see.
different
Yeah.
lengths,
Okay.
exactly. They've got a few of them that are really great for like a V neckline. They're kind of a little bit of a layering one. Oh, this one right here. You could see it's a little bit extra
Yeah.
long. Really great. I
Okay.
mean, you can't go wrong with this.
Okay, and then finally, a little clutch bag. This would
little
look.
clutch
This
bag.
would be cute with your jean jacket outfit.
Exactly.
Just
So
put
this
it right
is
under
a
the
great
shoulder.
way to add a pop of color to any outfit. Again, all of us have like a lot of totes and a lot of backpacks. Think about the clutch. You think about it for evening wear, but you can really rock it during the daytime. What I also really like, this is great for vacation.
Yeah.
So whenever you need something to, be a little bit dressier, you could pop this one out. And if you're not using it, throw it in your tote bag and use it as a wallet.
I was just about to say, I always, if I have a big purse, I put the little purse inside and then.
Exactly. And it's under $20.
I like it, Adriana. I like it. Thank you so much. Go to our QR code right there if you want to buy these things, or you could go to today.com/shop. And we should remind you that Today does earn a commission on purchases made through this segment. It is solely featuring products available on Amazon this morning. Carson.
Well, we're sitting here with one of the best chefs in the world, the great Daniel Humm. He ran the marathon yesterday, so we're talking about that. Crazy good time, too. More on that. Meanwhile, we're going to get some great food. This is a go-to recipe right here from one of the most celebrated chefs in the world. We'll get to that. But first, this is Today on NBC.
And we're back with our Plaza picks. Okay, had some fun today outside. Al and I like spending time with the Sheeran family from Boston. They say they watch us every day.
Here's Mr. Daly meeting Lori, Ginny, Melissa.
Fine folks from Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their last day today.
Guys, Craig and I crashed the girls' trip from South Carolina. Boy, they know them. They know Craig Melvin down there. It's Megan's 30th birthday. Happy birthday, Megan.
We got busted on Chocolate in Jackson, South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Jackson.
A lot of nice folks out there. All right, now to a special Today Food for Earth Week. 3 Michelin star chef Daniel Hum's here from 11 Madison Park. It's been called the best restaurant literally in the world, and since reopening after the pandemic, the menu's now entirely meatless. This morning, Chef Hum's going to show us how to turn rice and vegetables into something truly special. But speaking of humming, and speaking of Boston, you ran the marathon yesterday in Boston.
Wow.
You ran it in sub 3 hours.
Wait, what?
Which I'm no running expert, but that's pretty good. An average of 6.5 minute miles.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
How are you here today? Are you sore?
I'm a little bit sore, but I'm happy to be here.
That's a
and feeling
crazy
great.
good time, man.
Yeah, I was really happy.
Well, thanks for waking up for us.
Thank you.
And so is this your pre-race meal here? Tell me about the rice.
This is kind of a great after marathon meal, and this is a meal I love to do at home with my kids. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
It's a beautiful rice. What we do first, we want to wash the rice.
Why? Why do you wash?
Because it has
starch on
a
it?
lot of starch.
Yeah.
We wash it a few times until the water sort of runs clear.
That's how I make my sake.
And then we strain it. Yes.
Yeah. You strain it, and what kind of rice are you using? Just good
Here
old...
we're using a short grain rice, like a sushi rice.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. And then now it's springtime, going to the market. It's beautiful. We have these beautiful asparagus. The way you see if they're fresh is when they're sort of like break. That means that's a good sign.
So you want us to go to the market and just start snapping all the asparagus?
Yeah, don't get caught, but yes.
what right now in the Northeast? What is, if you go to the produce section right now? What is just great? What's the time of the year right now?
I think peas, asparagus, all kinds of peas, sugar snap peas, broccoli rabe, all the green stuff. I always think of spring as like green.
Perfect. All right, so the asparagus, you're going to cut the ends off there?
Cutting the asparagus.
Okay. Oh, you're going to chop them up. Guys, you're eating the lovely dish. How was it?
Fantastic.
Really good.
It's got a kick.
Yep.
A real
kick
secret.
with the onions.
They're
spicy.
We go over here. We already have
I work with.
ginger
You're clearing me
in the
today.
pan, grapeseed oil.
Grapeseed oil.
We're using the asparagus here.
Fan of grapeseed oil?
Oh, just
Why grapeseed? It's just a really flavor neutral oil that's great for sautéing. We're using water for the show, but in the restaurant we sometimes make a dashi or a nice vegetable stock.
Try it.
I don't get any red sauce.
Soy sauce.
Can I have some of your red peppers?
Huh?
Sesame oil.
Simmer there for a while?
Vinegar, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot.
We'll add the
Soy
rice.
sauce, okay.
Something's
Vinegar.
That has got bite to it. You're right.
And the rice isn't cooked yet.
It's not cooked yet, but it has been washed.
Right, got it.
Yeah. We'll bring it to a boil.
Escarole?
The thing about plant-based eating is like we believe eating plant-based one day a week is a great way to start.
Yeah.
And when I cook this for my kids, they are
They
really
love it, huh?
satisfied. Yes.
Wow. You have special kids.
You really do. Oh my God.
And rice dishes are also common in every culture.
Yes.
Every culture, and
Yeah.
it's sort of a very
Well, the rice
comforting.
part kids would like, but all this green stuff. If I started to make this in my house, my kids, age 10, 12, they'd start to pack their bags. Yeah, they would move out of the house while calling Domino's on the way out. Wow. So you got some peas here. You're gonna...
I mean, my kids do like the pizza.
Okay, good.
As well.
One day a week, at least
What's
for
not
Earth Week,
to
we
like?
can do it.
Yes.
All right, so what are we doing now? We're just...
Sugar snap peas. We have bok choy. This is baby bok choy. But then this dish is very versatile. So we also have scallions. We have broccoli rabe. Really, any season, this dish works.
Right, and you sort of just throw everything into the rice mixture and...
We bring the rice
Yeah.
up to a boil,
All right, I'm gonna
like
bite of
here.
this magnificent thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, here's the ending here. Yeah.
Chef, how do you get this crunchy bottom?
Isn't that good?
This is fantastic.
Well, that's because it's cooked in this crock pot in the oven, and so the outside becomes really crispy.
That's
Yeah.
delicious.
Yummy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes me want to run a marathon. Chef, congratulations. Delicious work here for Earth Week. Thank you so much. The recipes are at the website, today.com/food, and we are back with our third and fourth hours, including Oscar winner, Questlove.
Yeah.
Chef Hum, thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you,
Great
Carson.
work yesterday.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, TikTok twist. In an unprecedented move, one state pushing to ban the popular app over concerns that China could use it to get our personal information. What users need to know. And is this just the beginning of the bans? Then wedding worries. David's Bridal, one of the largest wedding dress suppliers in the U.S., filing for bankruptcy.
Potentially, like, my dress gone. It's terrifying, honestly.
What happens now and their message to brides-to-be. Plus, in Today Climate, simple swaps around the house that are better for the planet. From blankets to makeup, even a clock that uses water power. And in Today Food, you can do it. We're making two simple meals, breakfast and dinner, and all you need is one sheet pan. Today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Tuesday morning. Welcome to this third hour of Today. And for the first time in a couple of weeks, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Whole gang's back on the table.
Yeah. We were all here yesterday, but you were in Miami doing other things.
She was dancing with Janet.
That was
dancing with Janet.
Still so fantastic.
She walked into a standing applause downstairs.
I was there. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like I went to this amazing summer camp, and now... well, then you had kin drama this morning. Yeah, so the summer camp was over, and the dancers, and it just felt like I, made all these friends, and then summer camp's over.
And that's my favorite Janet Jackson.
I mean, it was... Janet's calling right now. You can take that. It was surreal. Janet is, and I know, I'm not just saying this, she is lovely. Yeah. And her dancers are lovely, and the crew, and we felt like we were so welcomed.
Well, you could see the two of you vibed. That was great.
For sure.
This is Al, this is Chanel, this is Dylan. I'm Craig. Well, you can't just assume people are watching us every morning. We might have a first-time viewer this morning.
There you go. Good morning, Janet.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
It's Tuesday. We're counting down the days until we take the third hour of Today. We're hitting the road.
That's right. They're not going to send a crew with us. We're just going. This Friday, we are heading to Sonoma County, California, hosting a huge Start Today event, first ever. We're going to see the site, sample some wine, get a taste of Sonoma County, and we're going to bring a few special guests along as well. Make sure you tune in this Friday. Going to be an epic trip. The program and the event, both sponsored by Sonoma County.
We're taking special guests?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they may already be there. I'm not sure.
I missed that meeting.
That's it. This is going to be a surprise to you, too. Yeah. You were on vacation last
I'm excited.
There you go.
All right, we do have a lot to talk about this morning. We're going to start with that new push to crack down on one of the most popular apps, not just here in the United States, but actually around the world as well. But here, lawmakers in Montana passed a bill to ban TikTok. And they passed that bill citing concerns that China could use the app to get people's personal information. If the governor there signs the bill, it would make it illegal to download TikTok in Montana. The state could fine TikTok, not the user, but TikTok, and mobile app stores $10,000 a day for providing the app. Wouldn't find any users, though. NBC's tech correspondent Jacob Ward here to tell us what it all means, how we got to this point, what it could portend for the rest of some of these social media apps. So, Jake, I mean, again, you got 150 million people in this country already on the app. Two questions. What's the driving force behind the ban? And why does there seem to be more safety concerns over TikTok than, say, an Instagram or Twitter or even a Facebook?
Well, what's so interesting here, Craig, is that the safety and security experts that I've spoken to basically say there is no technological difference that would explain this. I mean, the kind of information that TikTok collects about its users is really the same kind of thing that other social media platforms collect. You know, they want to know everything about what you're into, where you are, who you are. So it's not a technological thing. It is, of course, about the ownership structure here. The parent company is a Chinese-owned company, and the relationship between Chinese companies and the Chinese government, very different than we have here in the United States, in which there are, in fact, laws on the books that say they have to be able to cooperate with the intelligence services on request. It's that kind of thing that seems to push here. But it is not about TikTok as a product. It seems very much to be about the ownership structure, you guys.
So Jake, if this bill gets signed into law, so when does it take effect? How do they even enforce this? And then do we look down the road that there's going to be this patchwork of different bills that are laws that are in all different states around the country?
Well, that's right. I mean, if this continues to go forward, it should, by January 1st, 2024, be in effect in the state of Montana. Now, I should say here that TikTok, of course, objects strenuously to this. They issued a statement to us here at NBC News, and in it they basically say even the bill's champions say that they do not have a plan to operationalize the attempt to censor American voices, and that the bill's constitutionality will be decided by the courts. They call this censorship. They say they obviously object to it. But then how will the enforcement work? It's not entirely sure. Yeah. And I will say that the experts I speak to say it may not, in fact, be up to lawmakers to operationalize this. It may very well be that the lawmakers just put this onto TikTok. Basically say you're going to pay a $10,000 a day fine if you are not in compliance here, and they'll have to figure it out. I will say, as a tech correspondent, it does not seem to me beyond any company to basically geo-fence a group of users and say, if you're in this physical location, you can't use the app. But you also mentioned here, the possibility that this is going to go on to other states. That's right. I mean, we know at this point Texas is considering something like this. Other states are considering something like this. We could really be looking at a world in which we have a patchwork of laws across the country.
Wow. Yeah. All right. To your point, though, it sounds like this is definitely going to end up in the courts at some juncture.
Because if I make my money on TikTok.
Right. Sure. And that's the thing. Yeah. Jake, thank you, by the way. Yeah. Thank you, Jake. It's not just teenagers doing like wacky dances.
Right.
You have people. Yes.
There are companies who are for advertising. A new
influencers who are all
making money, but also wacky dances.
A lot of wacky dances.
I can't rule out the wacky dance.
All right, we'll see what happens. Well, now to a story that's getting a lot of attention this morning. Weddings are already stressful. Well, now thousands of brides have an additional worry. The chain David's Bridal filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. It puts the future of its 300 U.S. stores in doubt. But the company is telling brides to be, as you can imagine, if your bridesmaids' dresses are there, your flower girl dresses, your dress, they're telling you not to worry, don't panic. NBC's Blaine Alexander is live there with more. Good morning to you, Blaine.
Well, Chanel, guys, good morning to you. You're absolutely right. Listen, planning a wedding can be stressful enough. We've all done it. And people say that this just adds one more wrinkle to the equation. Now, for so many people, David's Bridal is synonymous with wedding season. In fact, according to the company, 1/4 of all U.S. brides get their bridal gown from David's. Now, the company is emphatic about this. They say there will be no interruption, that brides will get their dresses. But some brides and some wedding planners tell us they are not quite convinced.
In the race down the aisle, there are few moments more monumental than finding the perfect dress.
Now, this is what you're looking for. Memorize it.
But this morning, stunning news for one of the nation's most bustling bridal suppliers. David's Bridal is declaring bankruptcy just days after laying off more than 9,000 employees. In the bankruptcy filing, the company points to a dwindling demand for formal wedding attire, noting shifts in consumer behaviors that have led to an overall casualization in wedding events.
We have just the look for every magical moment.
In a statement to NBC News, David's Bridal says all stores will remain open and we intend to fulfill orders without disruptions or delay. Adding, our customers should not expect to see any change in service. That is little comfort for bride-to-be Allura Sham.
Potentially, my dress gone. It's terrifying, honestly.
She ordered her bridal gown just a couple of weeks ago in Kentucky.
Everyone around here, everybody gets their dresses at David's Bridal.
This is the second time the wedding super chain has filed for bankruptcy, the first in 2018. One of the company's struggles, competing with boutique shops and online options. Brianna Bard bought her dress at David's.
In this generation, people are wanting that boutique style dress, the look, the overall experience, and I just don't feel like you'll get that at David's Bridal.
In a statement, the CEO says the chain is looking for a buyer who can continue to operate our stores going forward. All of it comes at an especially stressful time for brides-to-be. Weddings are quickly becoming more expensive. The average price tag to walk down the aisle, $29,000. That's up nearly $5,000 since before the pandemic.
What do you tell a bride at a time like this? Don't panic.
Planner Jan Hill has been in the industry for nearly 20 years. She suggests brides always have a backup.
Review the contract, contact the store, ask what the policy is, check the specific arrival time for your gown, bridesmaids' dresses.
And we talked to experts to get a few more tips for brides who may be navigating this time of uncertainty. One thing that an expert told us is to check other stores, check other places to see if you could find that same style of gown or perhaps even the same gown. It might cost you a little bit more, but again, guys, it would give you that peace of mind. One other tip that a lot of people probably wouldn't think about is get insurance for your bridal gown. It's something that a lot of people wouldn't consider, but certainly could protect in case there is anything that possibly goes wrong.
That's a really good idea, Blaine.
Still,
I hadn't thought about that. You want that dress.
And a lot of times it takes a while to
takes
get
to
that.
get it. That was
Thank
good.
you so
Thank
much,
you,
Blaine.
Blaine.
What a nightmare
I
for these
know.
brides. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, we're going to break down Earth Day by the numbers, sharing how small changes can make a big impact. Then later in our series, The Upside, a different kind of food delivery. Chanel riding along to learn how a new app is helping fight waste and bring food right to the people who need it.
It was good.
And she was dancing when she did
right.
it.
Of course she was.
Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
Here's your food. This morning, we are looking at Earth Week by the numbers. The 53rd annual Earth Day is this weekend. So we are looking at the environmental impacts of what we eat, what we buy, and how we can do our part for the planet. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Welcome back.
So you're going to break down all the numbers for Earth Day. Let's start with what we eat. Could possibly being a vegetarian kind of save the environment?
Yeah, well, diet is so important, and we know that meat it takes up so much in resources, right? So the stat I have for you is 5%. That's according to Gallup, the percentage of American adults that consider themselves to be vegetarian. Now, that's not a huge number, but the other stat I have here that comes from Gallup, it's or YouGov, 63% say that they eat plant-based meals or incorporate vegetarian meals into their diet, right? When I go down to the South, I go to Texas after a lot of barbecue. Even I will incorporate like a week of salads afterwards, right? So I would be in that stat here. 1.2 million meals saved, though. We also have to think about food waste. This statistic comes from Too Good To Go. It's a program that actually recycles by linking businesses together to take food that's about to expire to make sure that it doesn't go to waste. And we all need to do that at a personal level, too. Don't put too much onto your plate. Literally, make sure that you can only eat whatever you end up
put on your plate.
Exactly, exactly.
So it's good for the body and the environment.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk about, since we're talking about by the numbers, let's talk about how travel factors into the environment.
Yeah, so emissions are really big, right? Every time we get into our car, 4.6 metric tons annually. That's just your personal car. That's a lot of emissions. So how can we save from that, right? 37%, that's according to Oxford, 67% according to Oxford, say you can actually save that emissions by biking instead of driving if you're able to make that commute by bike, maybe do that. and 37% will be the amount of emissions that you'd save if you took a train instead of flying. Again, not always an option, but that's very significant. And by the way, that number is going to get bigger depending on how much farther you're traveling by train. So all of these things just kind of tell us that we should be mindful of the modes of transportation. It's
good.
So, Brian, when we're shopping, how do we make more sustainable choices?
Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, why does shopping matter, right? Well, we have a statistic that comes from the IVL report that says 28.2 million tons in carbon would be how much we could save if we reuse, recycle not just clothes, but also furniture as well. A lot of people just, they buy from IKEA.
Instead of going to buy.
Yeah, and then they just toss it afterwards. Try to pass it down to somebody else. 48%, this is according to Blue Yonder, say that they're interested in sustainable shopping. This could be thrifting, for example. You go walk in the East Village, you can see how many thrift shops there are.
Sure.
A lot of people are interested in this type of thing.
Yard sales.
Yard sales as well. That's another way to do it in the suburbs. 31% say that they thrift frequently. That's according to Blue Yonder as well. And 25% will be the amount of emissions that we could save by buying secondhand. That's according to ThreadUp. So thrifting could be cheaper and it could also be fun.
And makes Macklemore happy.
And makes Macklemore happy. Yeah, with the big coat.
That was impressive.
Good reference. I like that.
That was impressive.
Okay, Al. Okay.
So give us some top line numbers here, Brian, for Earthwood.
Yep.
What's 10%? What's the significance of that?
Yeah, so 10% is the amount of Americans that participated in the first Earth Day, which was in 1970.
It's got to be higher now.
It's got to be a lot higher now, but 1,673 renewable energy plants, if you include hydroelectric, solar, wind, and others, according to the EPA. So, again, we're being more mindful of just the mix of energy that we're using. And again, we actually have one more big number for all of you guys now to kind of wrap all this up. And you're asking about that 10%. 1 billion, that's how many people now mobilize for action each Earth Day. And that includes, obviously, us 5. And we should all try to do our part as we get to Earth Day on Saturday to do our part to save the planet.
Here's a number for you. Which state in the U.S. has produces the most sustainable energy, renewable energy, wind, solar, stuff like that?
Which state?
I'm going to guess.
I would actually guess New York State.
I was going to
Washington. Washington State.
I have no idea.
Texas.
What?
Texas.
Wow.
That's a nice
Really?
Okay.
By the way, great kicks.
Oh, thank you.
Those are
thank
great
you.
kicks.
These were not thrifted, to be fair. I do have a lot of other thrifted kicks. So.
But you can donate them.
I could donate them after.
Yeah, exactly. Brian, thank you so much. We are back with our series, The Upside. There's a good chance you've used one of those food delivery apps, but this one is a little different. I recently learned about an organization using an app to not only cut down on food waste, but also make sure that food gets to people who really need it.
We are all wired to do good. Our volunteers just keep doing it week on, week off, and it's because they want to. And that gives me hope in the world.
In cities all across the country, there are thousands of volunteers who are rescuing food. Fresh food that's being diverted away from landfills in an effort to feed people. And it's all made possible through apps like Food Rescue Hero, founded by food advocate Leah Lizarrando.
How did food recovery become a passion for you?
I read this report that said that we are wasting 40% of our food.
40%?
Yes.
In this country?
In this country. And it's enough food to feed everyone who's hungry 4 times over.
Launched in 2016, the Food Rescue Hero platform supports food recovery organizations in the U.S. and Canada to help coordinate donations from local retailers. It then mobilizes volunteers to redistribute the food to communities in need. Just last year, their network of partners recovered over 50 million pounds of food.
It's like any food delivery app that we use. They get alerted of surplus food where it's happening, and they can say, oh, that is close to me, I'll take it. Usually a rescue can be done in, some as quick as 20 minutes, mostly under an hour.
The app aims to tackle food insecurity and climate change, where food waste makes up 8% of greenhouse gas emissions.
It's the number one component in landfills. If food waste were a country, it will be the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, third only to the US and China.
When you think about how much food waste there is, do you think it's a solvable problem?
It's an absolutely solvable problem. We are also, unfortunately, one of the biggest causes of food waste. When we go to the supermarket, when we go to the milk aisle, we'll go to the back of it and not, take the ones in front.
Oh my gosh, I feel so seen.
I mean, everyone does it. If we change those behaviors, it will lessen the instance of food waste in the first place.
Food Rescue Hero is also creating community.
You use the word hero as opposed to volunteers. Why?
Because they are. And we always think of heroes as it has to be this big act. But I think the real heroic thing is doing something every single day, as often as you can. No one sees it, and you're just doing it.
So then, can I become a food rescue hero?
Oh, absolutely. Now I would love to introduce Colleen to you. She's one of our amazing food rescue heroes.
Can I rescue with you?
Absolutely.
Show me how this works. So you just go to the app. We're going to claim the rescue. And we get in the car and we start moving.
Okay. Here we go.
Today's rescue, picking up prepared foods from a local hospital.
Just pick it up? Yeah, just pick it up. It's amazing. Meatloaf, chicken, squash. So you work, you've got 3 kids. Yep. Why do this? I see the need for it and I want to emulate it for my kids. And this simple task, 30 minutes, maybe an hour out of my day, is going to help feed our neighbors.
Final stop, Oasis, a social services organization that serves women and children in Paterson, New Jersey.
I just want to say thank you. The fresh fruits and produce that you bring are absolutely gold to our community here who really don't have access to that.
I'm so happy you introduced this to me. This is so wonderful. It's so good.
Aww.
That's brilliant.
It's such a great idea. So a Food Rescue Hero is working to be in 100 cities by 2030. So you need the cities, you need the people to agree to do this.
Sure.
Special thanks to Table to Table for letting me tag along. They've rescued, they call it rescued, over 1 million pounds of food. This is just in northern New Jersey alone since using the Food Rescue Hero app for a year. So you have an organization who says, you know what, we love to donate food.
Sure.
But we need a conduit, we need help, right? So then the organization teams up with this app, if you will. And so all you have to do as a volunteer is just open your app and it tells you.
Empowered by people who have the excess food
yes,
and the volunteers.
Yes.
And by the way, that's a great exercise to do with your small children.
Absolutely.
Young children.
And she does it after she drops off one of her kids to school. She has some downtime before she works. So she just opens the app.
That's a great idea.
Where she can help.
Introduce it? Like, there's a market in my neighborhood. I think ask them if they want to join the
They
app?
probably would be jumping for joy right now hearing you say that. I think once we start talking more about it, you see how much food at the end of the day, grocery stores,
the waste.
restaurants. Yep.
That's
we can donate it to shelters and all these other places.
That was a terrific story.
And it's still fresh food.
Fresh food.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, the fruit and the produce that we took to that.
Download the app, y'all. If you're watching or listening, download the app.
When Craig breaks out the y'all, you know it's
That's it. That's it.
This morning in Today Climate, some simple ways to go green in our own homes. We're showing you some very planet-friendly swaps for products that we use every day. And helping us do that, lifestyle expert Amy E. Goodman is with us. Good morning.
Welcome
back,
Amy.
Good
Lovely to be here.
We always love the products you have for us, and we're starting off with a non-toxic nail polish. I didn't realize nail polish was toxic.
They are actually, there's something called like 10 free. So this is from Sundays, and the 10 free means it's free of 10 common chemicals that are found in old school nail polishes, like formaldehyde and camphor and a whole bunch of others I can't even pronounce. Plus, these are vegan and cruelty-free. They come in 100 different shades. They just came out with a new pearlescent line as well. Really beautiful. Plus, the creator, Amy Lynn, also wanted to make it really wellness. So it has moisturizing agents, essential oils, vitamins, so that your nails totally shine.
I love that.
Now, this next one, this is our Roker shade.
Yeah, that one right there. There are 10
I think you're throwing
beautiful
shade.
shades, right? From Rose Inc. They are
refillable.
Yes, refillable.
Have you ever heard of refillable? Oh, that makes so much sense because
Yes.
it wastes so much packaging.
So when you're done, you simply pop out the cartridge when you're done. You would do a little bit of cleaning action here as well.
okay.
When you get the refill, by the way, the
just
whole
pop
thing is
it
$28,
in.
but the refill is $18 to encourage you. You pop it back in. And this is from Rose
that.
Inc. It does come in 10 beautiful neutral shades that look great on a whole bunch of variety of different skin tones.
Makes
And
so
their
much sense.
entire company, the whole beauty company, is a green company and Leaping Bunny certified. So you know that these are all very pure, great, natural products with long-lasting staying power, ladies, 24-hour moisturization, and also a little plumping action in there as well.
Yeah, I've noticed these in hotels.
Yes.
now.
Have you seen this? And
Yeah.
now you can have it in your own shower. Have you ever walked into your shower and you're like, there's 6 or 7 plastic bottles
Yep.
here?
Yes.
Uni is on a mission to change that. So this is their complete suite of wonderful hydrating and moisturizing body care things that from shampoo, conditioner, body wash, hand wash, and there's a body serum right here. It comes with the pump on the top. So when you're done, you then simply take the pump, you save it, and this is an aluminum container
so it's
that you send back to the company.
You send it back?
They refill it and send it back to you.
Oh,
It is a
that's so
closed loop system,
Wow.
which I love. By the way, it smells amazing. It's made with a marine complex, Australian super plants that are really going to moisturize your body. But it's a unisex scent, and also, of course, kind of Australian-based, so reef safe as well.
nice.
It's very nice.
That's
isn't
really
it?
nice. I think this is the future.
I do.
Well,
I
it
do.
does smell
And it
nice.
just
What
comes
is
out
it?
so
Look at that.
easily.
And it looks good in your bathroom. It'll be nice and sleek.
Very
nice.
Your
bathroom will look like a hotel.
Speaking of the future, getting rid of toothpaste tubes.
Yes. So this is from BITE, and it's an acronym that stands for Because It's the Earth. They are a sustainable personal care brand where literally the bites themselves, these are toothpaste tablets that you bite onto. You use a wet toothbrush, and that creates the foaming
Who's
toothpaste
gonna
in your
try
mouth.
it?
So it's,
Well, except if you
not
don't have a
really
toothbrush.
right. It's not really a mint, so I don't want to use it like a mint. You do have this.
It's not a mint, Dylan.
So it's all natural, it's vegan, it's cruelty-free. Then you'll notice
That's not going to stop her.
I'm tempted.
And actually, we had Dave actually tried it earlier. He's still alive to tell the tale,
Okay,
and it's
good,
refreshing for the mouth.
Well, you know, and when you're traveling, if you're, you don't have to worry about the liquid.
The 3.4 ounces.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
of course, this is glass, right? So it is zero waste here, which is fantastic.
Terrific. And then you get refills?
Yes, you can get refills. So this will last you a month. This will last you 4 months.
So when you chew it, does it like lather?
Yeah, it creates a
Why are you
very
making
light,
that
it's like a
face?
toothpaste action. It's
Well,
just like toothpaste,
it's
but
like
it's like
toothpaste.
No, all
I'm
right,
not
no,
sure.
I'm popping one. I'm popping one. It's gonna
Do
set.
it. You're just gonna do
Okay,
it.
all right.
This
Water
runs
clock.
on water? This clock?
Yes, this is from Bidal. This is a water clock, so there's no
cool.
batteries,
You
no
have to
chemicals,
spit?
no electric. Eventually, I will spit. Not on camera. Not on camera. And so then you refill this with water only 2 times a year. So maybe like daylight savings time. There's no electricity. It actually uses the water to create the technology to create its own energy.
What?
This is from
Well, it's kind of
Bidal.
like, remember the science project you used to
Yes,
do when you
make a
put the
circuit.
potato, you would create a circuit with it.
Yeah, exactly.
The two
So it's
meteorologists, you guys
it's-
remember.
Yeah, the meteorologists
Yeah,
are
they're
keeping
like,
you guys in
"Oh."
line.
Tell us about this.
Yes, you'll handle that for me since I've got the uni on my hands. This is from Unhide. They are on a mission to have this beautiful, vegan, cruelty-free, super soft faux fur product. So they've got blankets and slippers and
James
robes.
Brown.
These are very lightweight because I would never bring you a heavy blanket.
Oh, that's
during
nice.
summer.
This is
Weighs about
delightful.
2.2
Oh, that is
pounds.
nice.
That's very cool.
And 3 different, different but I love the 10
And it's
different
like light,
colors. Yes,
but
very
yet-
light.
That's your color,
There
too.
you
Slightly
go.
over
Thank
2
you.
pounds.
Here's a fun fact about Dylan Dreyer.
Yes.
She can't watch people brush their teeth.
Yeah, I know, and we're
She
both.
gets nauseous.
You have 3 boys.
That's right.
Well, and
It's a
I
thing.
smell it.
All right.
Oh, now I'm like wondering how you're going to spit.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it after camera. After.
Well, we'll give you a chance to do that in just a second, Amy, because now here's how you can learn more.
Need help making a difference? Hey Siri, how can I reduce my carbon footprint?
When we come on, James Brown, you have
That's what I said. Ow!
When we come back, a little known story about another trailblazing musician. Lucy Boynton, Kevin Harrison Jr., live to tell us about Chevalier. Then later, one sheet, two meals.
You've never seen James.
The Godfather of Weather.
That is not.
Get the hot tub. Too hot. Woo.
The Godfather.
We're going to make sheet pancakes and a quesadilla dinner as well.
It looks like his back went out. That's what that looks like.
The Godfather of Weather.
Oh, I danced with Janet Jackson. Oh, I know what to do. Oh.
We are so excited this morning to catch up with two actors who are bringing a true musical story to the big screen.
Lucy Boynton starred in Bohemian Rhapsody opposite Rami Malek and the hit series The Politician with Ben Platt.
And Kelvin Harrison Jr. played blues legend B.B. King in Elvis, was terrific in that. Won a Screen Actors Guild for his role in the trial of the Chicago 7.
Well, now the two of them have joined forces. They're together in Chevalier. It's a story of composer and violinist Joseph Boulogne. Boulogne defied the odds and rose to the ranks of French society, even befriending Queen Marie Antoinette. And he's setting his sights on a big goal.
I want to lead the Paris Opera.
Enough. You're serious? Surely you are more content playing private venues.
They bore me.
What about fencing? You'll have no time for bouts if you're to receive such an appointment.
I have defeated all worthy opponents.
Put your insatiable ambition aside. You are a chevalier now.
Where there are countless men with titles in France, but there is only one head of the Paris Opera. There's no greater post than I wanted.
Oh, it looks good. Lucy, Kelvin, welcome, welcome. So, I mean, this is a story that, the best I can gather, pairs two folks together. Obviously, we know a little bit about Marie Antoinette, but we don't know a little bit about the other character. He seems to have been lost to history. For folks who aren't familiar with the story, give us a little backstory and tell us a little bit more about the relationship between your two characters.
The film follows the rise of Joseph Bologna, who has been widely neglected from the history book. So it was so exciting to get this kind of in-depth education. He was a rock star of that era, and was excellent in every area of his life that he. I'm just explaining your character. But in every area of his life that he dedicated himself to, and I think that's why someone like Marie Antoinette was so gravitated towards him, because he was just the epitome of excellence.
So you're playing a real character in history, but you can't just Google it and find YouTube videos to find his mannerisms and all that sort of stuff. So how did you do your research and figure out how to portray him?
Well, one of my favorite things about the script that Stephanie wrote, Stephanie Robinson, our writer, she put
this opening, and she was like, it's like Clapton versus Jimi Hendrix. So I was like, okay, well, we're gonna go that direction. I was like, then we're gonna find more contemporary references. So I talked to Steven, and we found like Prince felt like the best comp for Joseph of the time. Like the way we look at Prince, the way we just find his sex appeal, his androgyny, his like his musicianship, his like determination to just be himself. I was like, that's Joseph in that moment. So I kind of just looked up YouTube videos of Prince the whole time.
Which isn't a bad pastime anyway. So then it's on the other end of the spectrum, Lucy, I kind of feel like, you're playing someone that has been so widely portrayed and dissected over the years. How did you approach doing this?
Kind of read everything that I could get my hands on and went really wide with it all. And then, I think what's interesting again about this script is that it's just such a new context for Marie Antoinette. We've never seen her in this kind of circumstance before, where the walls are really closing in on her, and she operates very much out of a place of fear and pragmatism. And so the beginning of the film, we do see that kind of fizziness that we've seen of her before, and then it goes into a much darker territory. So it was exciting to do something new.
So, Kelvin, you come from a musical background and family, but this role, required some really intense violin training. How did you approach that?
I called my dad. I was like, my dad's a classical music teacher and a musician. I was just like, and I was like, dude, all right, so here we go.
He's like, finally.
They want me to play the Chevalier, dude. Do you know him? He didn't know him. Shame on him.
Wow.
But he was like, okay, well, it takes me 6 months to teach one student a concerto, so I don't know how you're gonna do this. But we came up with a system, 5 months, 7 days a week, 6 hours a day, and we just stayed on track. And we kind of,
7 days a week, 6 hours a day.
It's crazy.
Listen, I hated the violin when I was done.
We've got a picture.
We have one right now. No, I'm just kidding.
We have a picture of you as a young lad playing violin. Look at that. So
I knew I liked you.
He played the violin.
Kelvin, take a look at a picture of another young violin player.
Oh, wow.
Why is that reaction? Oh, wow.
It's the turtleneck for me.
The turtleneck?
The knowing expression is the knowing expression.
We should play together at some point.
Yeah, we'll do a duel.
We put that picture up every chance we get.
But you know what, though? I love your reaction. The turtleneck and what she just said, the knowing. What'd you say?
The knowing expression.
It's what the kids say. It's the turtleneck for me.
It's the turtleneck.
I love it. I love it.
And Lucy, before we go, you're an avid reader, and you're bringing the #1 New York Times bestseller, One Day in December, to TV, both as actor and executive producer.
Yes, yeah, which is terrifying and thrilling. It's directed by Drake Doremus and adapted by Drake Doremus, who handles love stories with this beautiful kind of brutal honesty but hopefulness. So I'm so excited to be joining him and telling that story.
How exciting.
Lucy, Kelvin, thank you so much.
You guys are fun.
By the way, now, it's not a turtleneck, but this thing you got working here. That is beautiful.
We're here
so
for
much.
And then he sat down. Remember what he said? He's like, I doodled it myself. And then he was like, I lied.
He's Tom Brown, but
As a parting gift, we've got some Bite toothpaste for you.
Chevalier hits theaters this Friday, April 21st.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up next, one pan is all you need to make 2 delicious meals, including sheet pan quesadillas. Dinner is taken care of tonight. You don't want to go away. We'll be right back.
My kids would eat that.
Today Food, and this morning we are whipping up 2 quick, delicious meals with almost no mess. Food entrepreneur and author Rachel Mansfield is known for her easy, better-for-you cooking demos on social media, and she is here to make sheet pan pancakes, which feels like you could just say sheet pancakes, right? Quesadillas.
Okay. Good morning. I'm intrigued.
I have to say, I follow you on Instagram. I literally save your recipes every single day.
Aww.
They're great for kids, they're great for families, and this is like so simple
Thank
too.
you. That makes me so happy. Thank
very
you
good.
so much.
That was so sweet. You like gush over people.
No, I think it's
Okay,
sweet.
okay.
I think it's great. It's great. Wait, no, this is what
Let's get started, Rachel. You've got a secret ingredient for this.
We do. So today we're doing 2 sheet pan meals as a way to like switch up the usual sheet pan meal. So not just throw like a protein and veggies on. First, we're gonna do sheet pan pancakes.
Okay.
So you're gonna grate some zucchini.
Yes, ma'am. Which side of the grater would you like
The
to use?
larger
With the
one.
holes.
Thank
Okay.
you for asking. Oh no, this side like this.
Oh yeah, okay.
I know. Why are we so feisty today?
He's feisty every day.
You might ask like why sheet pan pancakes?
Well, I was just about to ask, and then this zucchini is throwing me too.
Okay, so I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and then a 4-month-old.
Oh,
and
wow.
I try to like put veggies in as many meals as I can.
Whole zucchini?
This is why
Yeah, you can have the whole zucchini. And the zucchini, they don't know it's there.
Right.
So,
Sneak
and the
it in.
sheet pan pancakes, I could stand at the skillet for 10, 15 minutes making a whole batch of pancakes, but instead you make the pancake batter, pour it into a sheet pan, bake it in the oven,
You're done.
and then you're not standing there the whole time.
Okay. Right.
And then it's also annoying when you're eating pancakes and then they're getting cold, they're not all served at the same time. So when you're adding, right? So when you're adding the zucchini in, the most important part is that when you put it in a dish towel
Get
or a
the
paper
water
towel,
out.
get the water out. So we're gonna take this. You want to squeeze it?
Sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great. I love having some helpers with me today. So squeeze all of the water out, and then we're
There's not
gonna
a whole lot
add.
of water. I think it's already been squeezed out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they already squeezed this out.
It's been pre-squeezed.
And then we'll put it right into the batter.
And what's the batter? It consists of 2 eggs.
So the batter has eggs, milk, oil, and some vanilla. So you'll also notice there's no added sugar. If you
Excuse
want
me,
to
I'm
make it
working
sweeter,
here.
you could do some
what
coconut
kind of
sugar or maple
what kind of
syrup.
flour is this?
This is almond flour. So
these are
almond-
gluten-free.
So all these recipes are gluten-free. I make like 99% of my recipes are gluten-free. So I love almond flour because it's a little bit more nutrient dense. And it adds a little bit of protein, healthy fat, and it's a great option for a gluten-free flour.
And you would have this for breakfast?
Yep, so we'll add this. And then you mix it all together. And then you add it into the baking sheet and then bake it in the oven for about
this is all
20, 25
just
minutes.
on that sheet. That's awesome.
Yeah. And if you don't want zucchini, you don't have to add it. No one's making you do it.
No, but you can't taste the zucchini.
No judgment.
No, you can't. It's
Not
kind of
at
like
all.
eating zucchini bread, though. Like you like zucchini
Yeah.
cake.
You got something all over your back.
And
Oh.
you can add other
This is
mixings.
delicious.
Other
And with the
mixings
chocolate
and stuff you
chips, the
want.
kids don't realize it's like
Chocolate chips. You could add blueberries, really. And my kids like helping me make it, too, which is great.
So you just put it in the pan for
We
how
got to
long?
make sure we get to
About
the
20, 25 minutes.
the quesadillas.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we're also making sheet pan quesadillas. So my 4-year-old loves quesadillas. He asks them for dinner all the time. But again, I'm standing at the
Also
stove baking,
time-consuming.
5 to 6 quesadillas to feed all of us.
Ow.
So instead, I line a baking sheet. I use whatever protein we have on hand. You can get rotisserie chicken to even make a little hack. Take some chicken, cover it on top of the
Like a rotisserie
tortilla.
chicken?
Yeah, and you can use ground beef. You can use ground turkey. Anything you have. Add some veggies,
Ooh, that's yummy.
cheese.
I've never done what do you call it? Quesadilla.
It is the ultimate hack.
In the
It
oven.
is. And
Have
I've
you
also
ever
been
done quesadillas on the stove?
Well, my kids eat quesadillas because
wow.
it's every day. That's all they care. Quesadillas.
And then you'll cover it with some more tortillas.
wow.
The peppers and onions.
Very good.
Thank
that's
you.
delicious.
And you drizzle a little oil on top, bake it in the oven like 375 for about
easy.
15 to 20 minutes. And your dinner is served. And also, what I like about this is you wouldn't expect it, but it does reheat well. So if you have leftovers, you could have it the next day.
So you top it with the tortillas, but then you brush it. What do you brush it with?
A little
all
oil.
the good stuff.
Okay.
So you cover it with
So
the
it doesn't dry
tortillas. And if you're not gluten-free, you could use regular flour tortillas. I
You know
don't
what?
recommend
These
corn
are really
tortillas,
good.
though.
I'm not gluten free, but first of all, you
don't
can't,
notice
you
the
can't even
difference.
tell.
Thank you so much.
Delicious.
You're right. I wouldn't know
that.
they
You wouldn't even know.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Thank
for
you.
these
They're foolproof.
recipes, head to today.com/food. You have to try them. It's easy.
By the way, your husband is so well dressed. Can we show him, Bob?
Yeah, there you go.
That is a well-dressed man.
go.
That is Amy's husband.
ready.
They've got 3 kids.
3 kids.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Rachel's husband.
Rachel's husband. I'm sorry. Amy, it's 2 segments ago.
Double thing to this, okay.
Wow. Thank
This is
you.
good.
Suddenly, Amy Goodman's got an extra husband.
We'll be right back.
This is really
You
good.
couldn't let that outfit go
you.
without me.
Hey, tomorrow in the third hour of Today, Oscar winner Rachel Weisz live in Studio 1A.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, another Oscar winner, Questlove, is stopping by.
Yeah, we love Questlove.
No,
I know we do.
Love
We
Questlove.
do.
We'll see you back here tomorrow, y'all.
Have a great day.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs, and bacon?
Hold on. I'm just going to say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Today, a man of many talents, musician, filmmaker, Oscar winner, and now children's book author, Questlove is here. And from the buzzy new HBO series White House Plumbers, actress Judy Greer. And we're talking about Fatal Attraction star Joshua Jackson opening up about his decision to get married and his candid comments about extramarital affairs.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hi, everybody. It's Tuesday. It is April the 18th.
Otherwise known as a few days after your mom's birthday.
One day after. I took off yesterday because it was my mom's birthday. And we always do a little birthday celebration for her with the girls and my sister and I. And we did not disappoint. There's the gay, that's an older picture. But we do have a picture of, of her little birthday. Look at that candle. Wait, look. What? En fuego. Wait. Oh, what? Have you ever seen such a crazy candle?
I have never seen a candle like that.
By the way, not only does it spin and we sing and it plays Happy Birthday.
What?
Then after you blow it out and you knock it off accidentally and you put it in the trash can, it sings for a day after. I was like, what? I should just get the bag. Anyway, but it was a great birthday. We celebrated her.
What was it like to get to be with her and see the kid? Like, the kids probably just were delighted.
By the way, they love her. Let me tell you how much they love her. So Haley had one of those school things where you bring your relatives or special guests to school. My mom was there. So they were in the cafeteria. Haley was serving my mom breakfast, and some of her friends go, "Come on, Haley, and come hang with us. Come over here." And she goes, "No, I'm staying here."
Oh.
She said, "No, I'm staying here."
She wanted to stay with her
Of her own
grandma.
choice. You know, you always want to go with your friends.
Yeah, totally.
You're like, yeah, bye. But she was like, "I'm staying here." Isn't that the sweetest?
That's so sweet. You're
Anyway,
proud of your girl, and I love
am.
your new necklace.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I hope he made it. It has
beautiful.
gems, and it has a little angel key with wings, and it has beads. So I told her I was going to wear it.
And I also like how you say gems. That's only a word that a mother of two small children would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can we just talk about Reba? How amazing for
she
1
was
second.
so much fun.
Reba's an icon.
She is an icon.
Reba is like Cher and Madonna and Reba.
You know what I said to her, and I wept, which was a little embarrassing to be like, "Welcome to our home, and let me cry on you for a few minutes."
Tell me.
But my grandfather loved her music, but they struck up a wonderful friendship. And I said, gosh, wouldn't my Gampy just be delighted? Like, he wouldn't be able to believe that I was doing this next to you. And then we both kind of cried, and I was like, meet our team. Anyway, it was really fun to be
That's
with
beautiful.
her.
It makes me weepy, too.
And I just have to say that candle kind of reminded me of a flaming onion, because over the weekend I celebrated Mila's birthday, where I took her to hibachi. And there's first of all, the whole thing, like the throwing the chicken in your mouth.
It's so entertaining.
The eggs, if you can crack the egg in the air, which Mila is the only one in our whole family that
She
can
could do it?
We all were like, had just chicken dripping off.
Open your mouth.
I smelled like the grill.
Yes,
I think
of
I
course.
still do.
Did you love a hibachi?
Oh my gosh.
Did she love it?
She loved
How does
it.
she like being 10, by the way?
I think she loves
She
it.
thinks it's cool,
I mean,
yeah.
you know what? She's like such a responsible cat mom. Not all roads lead.
Go back to
not
that
all roads
cat
lead, but they do.
again. All right.
Okay, can we talk about Joshua Jackson and this new show, Fatal Attraction?
It's a series. It's like the movie, but a series, so it's longer.
And we're going to download it and watch it on the airplane next
By the way,
week.
this is juicy. This is like what we need. Juicy.
But you know what it's from?
What?
Evidently. And I don't know this to be 100%.
Oh, no. Is this like the other thing? Wait, please just
No,
pause.
Henry didn't tell me this, so I feel like I can report it. It's from her perspective.
Oh,
Imagine
okay,
Glenn. I'm not 100% sure, but somebody Google it. It's
Imagine it from Glenn
Close's perspective. It's a female focus. Like, we just knew his side of the story. What if she was totally normal?
Right, because all guys think the woman's
Women are
crazy.
Why do men think women are crazy?
Because it makes them, because they're gaslighting. That's why. No, that's what they do.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back to say gaslighting. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
since
because that's what they're doing. They're like, see, you're just crazy.
Yeah.
It's, no, but you said you love me. No, you're crazy. Did I say that? Are you sure? You're like, I thought you said it. And then you start to think you're crazy.
That's so true.
Don't
I've had
you think?
ex-boyfriends do that
Yes.
to me.
They're like,
what's
I
wrong?
never
I
said-
kissed a girl
I
in front
told
of you. What does it matter that I kissed a girl?
Why are you so upset?
Yeah.
And then you start spinning crazy.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see that series. It's going to be so juicy.
So, in a recent interview with the London Times, Joshua Jackson, who's the star of that, you might recognize him from Dawson's Creek, like I do.
Exactly.
He shared his views on extramarital affairs. He said this. You go ahead.
Why? So I have the quote. I think an affair can be forgiven. We're all grown-ups. And then he added this. No one wants to be cheated on, and there is massive repair to be done. And he went on to say that affairs aren't about the partner or purely about the sex, but rather a violation that runs deeper than many understand.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably right about
being
most of it. I mean, there are serial cheaters. Let's put them over here. Like, that's not what we're
But I
talking
wonder
about.
the amount of, could we do a study about the amount of men that cheat on their wives that are serial cheaters versus those that just...
I think probably the serial cheater is the guy who's way too good at it, who knows all the ways and the moves and can keep the lie going. The person who does it once, there's guilt with it.
Yeah.
They almost feel terrible, like they can't see straight. There's like the sociopathic one. But a sociopath doesn't have to be a killer. They can just be someone who can look you in the face and lie.
A liar. Do you think when they lie, they look down to the left?
Yes, I think they do. No, I actually don't think they do.
No, they don't.
They don't, because there's no guilt associated. They just say, well, what? I just went to dinner. We're just friends.
And they're gaslighting while they're saying it too. No, for sure. I think here's the thing. I think, maybe an affair can be forgiven, but the lying and the mistrust.
Because here's the affair down here, meeting at a secret location. So, in the hotel. So to get to the hotel, you have to back up. So he's made 3 plans with her. Where should we meet? What time should we meet? When are we going to meet? They said, are you free? Then there's talking that led up to, because you don't have a meeting without lots of talking.
No.
So there's lots. So the lies have been going on for a while before the actual meetup.
Yeah, before this deception.
I feel nauseous. I don't like talking about stuff like that.
Why are we talking about this? When I was little, I used to love it. But when I played my Barbies, they'd always be cheating.
All roads go either to Hollywood or
gaslighting
Barbies or Barbies.
Barbies. It's best when the Barbies gaslight each other. And there's a cat. Okay, so Rachel McAdams, I'm dying. I actually got to see part of this film. It's Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret.
You got to see part of it?
Yes, I did because
you're friends with Judy Blume?
That's true. And Judy Blume, this is her beloved book that was an anthem for all of us that sort of wondered what it was like to turn from a girl to a woman. And Rachel McAdams plays the mother in this. She does it so well. That's Margaret with the brown hair. I know.
I'm into it. I'm so into it.
Okay, did it look so good?
Yes.
So this movie comes out next week. But talking to People magazine, Rachel said, I really relate to the bra moment. Going to get your first bra and just how cringeworthy that is.
The most awful experience known to man, woman.
Yeah.
It is. Well, you know what? Because they used to be called training bras, which was always humiliating.
Which made you feel like you were wearing diapers.
Oh, it was like because you had it on, and people could tell, are you wearing a train? Because, all the girls were starting to get them. It was like probably
Were you early or late?
I think I was in the middle. I think I was like 5th grade, 6th grade.
And do you remember when your mom took you?
I just remember, and then they're feeling around like, is it tight here? Like, ow, ow. I just don't like the whole process.
Well, I also feel like, and I don't know if you feel this way, but like it's such a weird time because if you have boobs, or I'll speak for myself, I was embarrassed.
Yeah.
So I
You want
kind of
less, hunch over. Yeah.
And if you didn't,
You
you
wanted them.
more. And so it's like, how can we just feel
How can
good
we
in our
just feel
own?
good?
Feel good in our own.
Because everything was just secret and like under the table. Just put it. There was no discussion about it. You
I
just
know.
got it and went on with it. Get on with it.
I will say the Dillards.
Okay.
The Dillards.
The Dillard's bra
department.
section. Shout out
If
Dillard's.
you need to take your kids to get a bra, and I don't know if Dillard sponsors a show or not, go to Dillard's.
They
It's the
will
bra
now.
capital.
Thank you. All right, guys, social media is abuzz. There's a new version of the espresso martini. It's called a Parmesan espresso martini. Check it out. This video was posted by a bartender named Jordan Hughes. And our culinary producer, who's amazing, Katie, whipped up something similar. So, Katie,
Good Wait, morning.
what
Katie.
makes this unique?
Oh, no,
Oh,
Katie.
girl.
Oh, Katie,
Yeah.
we
Girl.
love
Doing
cheese,
this.
but we don't like cheese or meat
We're
in our
talking
drinks.
about it.
Look at all that. You're not even. God, you are.
It's
really,
like- have to?
You're really good at grading.
You
parm.
have to. Yeah, I
I'm gonna
I
eat
grew
the
up grading parm.
Okay.
Let's cheers.
So what do
it's
you
just
do?
a classic espresso
Well,
martini.
What's in it?
So we have Bailey's, espresso, a little simple syrup, and
Maybe it's
vodka.
salty and sweet. Maybe like.
I don't know.
Maybe it's like.
This is
M&Ms.
we'll find out.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Katie.
Happy
Cheers,
Tuesday.
thank you.
Tuesday.
Can I fake it?
Nope.
Nope. Thank you. No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
There's
It's just
nothing.
little
You know
grated
what?
cheese. Here's the thing.
I'll tell you what.
I believe that there should never be a meat or a cheese.
Not good.
By the way, you know what it
Although,
is?
would it be good on a martini?
No, it's the textures.
Yeah,
That
it's like-
texture doesn't go with
It's
liquid.
like chocolate milk with some curds on top.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Katie. Thank you. Coming up next, hot Hollywood couples news.
Yeah, Justin has the juicy scoop. Who was spotted with whom? Right after this.
Ooh. All right, we're going to get the Hollywood scoop in just a moment, but first we have a little scoop right here. One of our wonderful producers
Yeah.
on our show.
Can we just talk about Kelsey Murphy right there, who got engaged over the weekend?
Kelsey! Kelsey's sharing the spotlight. What's the lucky man's name?
Hunter.
Hunter.
Oh, look at you two cuties. Was it a surprise, Kels?
Yeah, I was stopping. I did not keep my cool at all.
Oh, what a... By the way, you have a whole Irish
Wait, what?
band?
There was
What's
a
going
band?
on?
I'm very Irish, so he really leaned into my family background.
Oh,
it was
it's
incredibly
beautiful.
sweet.
Oh, wow, what a good man. Well, he's a lucky one.
Yes.
Kelsey, congratulations.
We love you, Kelsey. Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, so now to some more couples news from our main man in Hollywood.
Let's go, E-News host, Justin Sylvester. Justin, a lot happening at Coachella.
You guys, Coachella was apparently couples-chella because everyone was getting booed up. I'm talking Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello. We all know that they broke up a year ago, but they were seen kissing at Coachella. Now, their reps say that they are just friends and they have kept in touch since the breakup, but I don't know about y'all, but I don't kiss my friends like that in front of 90,000 people in the desert.
I don't think they thought that picture was going to be shared
yeah, I
widely.
don't think so.
You know, sometimes
No.
concerts bring out that romance.
That
Who else was
wild
hooking
side.
up?
Oh, for sure. Well, this one I kind of sort of like. So you know how I've been telling y'all about Scandoval this whole time?
Yes.
Well, Ariana Madix, the girl involved in Scandoval who was cheated on, went out, let her hair down at Coachella with her girls, and she was seen canoodling with a guy named Daniel Way. Now, Daniel is a personal trainer from New York. He's got a job. His credit score is apparently good. And they have known each other for a long time in New York. So she was kind of getting her rebound makeout at Coachella, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
By the way, I like that. I'm glad she went for it.
Yeah, you got to go ahead and rebound somewhere and wear better than where you wear jean shorts and cutoffs.
What about Bad Bunny?
Oh, yeah, we love this couple.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so rumors have been swirling about Kendall Jenner and Bad Bunny. Now, Kris Jenner has not confirmed this yet, but I'm sure we're going to hear about it on the Hulu show. But until then, these two were seen. She was seen enjoying his set at Coachella, and then they were seen dancing and hanging out together later on in the weekend. Now, her sister Kylie Jenner was there without her rumored boyfriend Timothée Chalamet, but I think next year we might see this couple here. Now, we heard that they are not official, that they are just hanging out, that they're enjoying each other's time, but I see this couple making it far. They're both adorable, they're both in the business, and I can feel this. I can feel Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's across the pond, there's some news about this coronation. Who's playing the concert? It just broke.
Okay, well, now that Harry is going, apparently he's taking half of California with him because Katy Perry will be singing and Lionel Richie will be going and they will be joined by Andrea Bocelli.
Wow.
This is all going down on May 7th, right? A good lineup.
Incredible.
That's going to be really
But
good.
two things.
Okay.
One, is this a coronation or a live taping of American Idol? And the second thing is, I don't know. Where are all the Brits? Where's Adele? Where's Elton John? Could they not have found at least one British act to perform on this big day? I feel like if I went to a coronation or inauguration at the White House and there wasn't one American act, I would kind of feel weird, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little strange.
Yeah. Good point.
It's a little strange.
Yeah.
All right, and real quickly, there's a new trailer that just dropped that you're talking about. Everybody's
We're talking about it.
You guys, if you like the Brooke Shields documentary, this one is going to be for you. Anna Nicole Smith, there's a new documentary with never before seen footage. Take a look at this.
Hi, it's me, Anna Nicole. I'm a whisper. I would just advise people just to follow their dreams. They can come true. I'm living proof.
Being with her was like a roller coaster ride.
Anna knew how to work the crowd.
Nothing could stop her. That's what it cost her.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't this like haunting a little bit?
Yeah, it is.
It's so crazy. Well, Netflix is going to put this out in May, and it's never before seen footage of Anna Nicole. They brought all the archives together, and we're going to see Anna Nicole like we've never seen her before.
Oh. All right, Justin. Thank you so much. You can catch Justin hosting E! News weeknights at 11 on our sister network, E!
Up next, from The Tonight Show to The Today Show, Grammy-winning musician Questlove. He's going to take us back to his roots for his latest project right after this. You may know him best as the drummer, DJ, and frontman of The Roots, playing each night on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Well, he's also a six-time Grammy winner, best-selling author, filmmaker, an Academy Award winner.
That's an Oscar, okay? We are talking about none other than Amir Questlove Thompson. He's now got a new book. This book is geared toward middle schoolers. It's called The Rhythm of Time. It follows a kid from Philly who gets transported back to June 1997. Going back to being a kid again, huh, Quest?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wanted to create the book that I wish I got to read.
Yeah.
I come from a generation where you just had to vicariously place yourself in these situations. But, you know, I think today what's important is that people see themselves in other characters. And so I love time travel. I love music. And, you know, this book is kind of my life, or at least the way I wanted to imagine my life.
Were you a big reader when you were a kid?
I was. You know, it's weird. So, my father was an oldies doo-wop singer. So when we would drive to gigs, to always, my parents would kind of trick me into, my mom and dad would trick me into these exercises. So like I would read to them in the car or that sort of thing. And so,
They sort of subtly put a book there. Talk about your dad. I mean, I know that his style of music maybe wasn't necessarily yours. I read that he dreamed of you going to Juilliard. And then he saw you succeed in a way that wasn't exactly traditional.
Yeah, so after I graduated high school, I think my father wanted me to pursue classical music because, you know, like older people, you know, it's respectable. You know, you can make $250,000 a year with the Boston Pops or something like that. So, you know, I auditioned for Juilliard. I auditioned for like Curtis Institute. So if I could have been, you know, what Cate Blanchett was in Tar, that person.
She didn't seem very happy.
Right, exactly. No one's happy in that position. So I kind of snuck and, you know, I started a band with my best friend in high school. But I had to hide it from my father because he thought like I was preparing to go to Juilliard. And my dad didn't find out about the Roots. Like my mom knew because, you know, she was supportive. But my dad didn't find out about the Roots until like our second album.
Wow. Oh, wait, what?
Because it was hard to hide it when you're on the front cover of like, literally he was
So
like,
wait,
I was on the Sunday paper. He's like, "What's this?" And by the way,
I started a band and it's quite successful.
What did he say when all was revealed?
You know, a big part of the reason why I crafted this book the way it was, you know, parents are so hell bent on safety. That sometimes, like he was more concerned with safety, and that really doesn't allow you any space to dream. Or to sit and think like, what is it that I want to do? Like you're in fight or flight. Like I got to get to safety, and safety's like a good job, and you know.
That's such a brilliant perspective.
So yeah, like the seed that I want to plant with these books and with everything I do is, you know, teach us how to dream because oftentimes we dismiss I even dismissed this dream. I wanted to write this book like at least 10 or 15 years ago, but. I didn't think I was experienced enough to know the scientific terms of time travel. So, you know, that's when Sean A. Cosby sort of came in and collaborated with me.
You actually wrote something about that on Instagram, which I loved, that because you just, first of all, won an Oscar. As we talked about, you directed an incredible film.
Thank you.
You're about to do this Aristocrats, which I'm quite into.
Aristocats. Big difference between the Aristocrats and
Totally.
Right.
And I'm really into cats, so I don't know how I just messed that up. But you said something on Instagram that was basically like, I got to get out of my own way. I got to stop hurting my dreams.
Oftentimes, the voice in our head is our worst enemy. And we often talk ourselves out of, even with my daily life, when something amazing happens, I start evidence sorting, like why I don't deserve it, or who's gonna make fun of me, or like, you know, well, and I'd be happy for me. And, you know, I'll say that the pandemic is really when I sat with myself and decided that my paradigm shift really starts with me, and it's simply a light switch. And oftentimes we listen to that voice of doubt in our heads because we live for other people's opinions of us, and we got to listen to ourselves and not worry about what other people think about us.
And look how it's expanding all of what you're doing.
It's changed my world.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And you guys got to pick up this book.
Yeah,
it's
it's
great.
so much
it's great
fun.
for all kids, and it's a beautiful book. Takes you back to 87.
97. But
97.
don't you love that 97 is all of a sudden becoming oldies? You know?
Guess what? It is.
It is.
It is.
Okay, we are not done yet, y'all. Questlove is sticking around. He's going to play Don't Look Back.
I am.
With a special celebrity guest. Did you know that?
I can't wait.
This celebrity guest loves you, by the way. Coming up right after this. Okay, we are back with Oscar and Grammy winner Amir Questlove Thompson. His new book, y'all, The Rhythm of Time. It's all about time travel. So we thought it'd be fun to play a game. We hear you love playing games on The Tonight Show.
And you're fiercely competitive.
I'm fiercely competitive. No, I think my boss is fiercely competitive.
Jimmy is.
Okay,
All right.
well, this game is called
Don't Look Back. All right, Questlove's going to be on my team.
Yeah.
Jenna's team, you need a teammate. Jenna, what do you say we welcome one of America's favorite actresses?
Yes!
Judy Greer!
Wait, Judy,
you guys are friends?
Well, I mean,
so long, but we've been afraid to meet each other.
Yes.
So you've been DMing?
We could have met in China, but somebody was afraid to speak to me, so, you know.
Wait, what?
You were afraid
I didn't want to bother him. Like, I was eating at a restaurant in China, and they had a big poster up that said the next night Questlove is DJing. So my husband and I went back the next night to hear his set and party, and it was so fun. And I didn't want to bother him, and then we left, and then I posted about it, and then he was like, "Dude, say hi."
I'm so mad. Yeah, I'm a big fan of hers, so, you know.
Oh, I love it.
This
I love
is so
it. All right,
fun.
Donna,
We're sorry that y'all
take
aren't
it
on the
away.
same
I
team.
know, but it's meant to be that this is how you're meeting in real life for the first
You're
time.
all witnessing it.
Okay, so here's how it's gonna go. Jenna and Judy, you guys will be up first. So Judy, you will take a step here with your back facing the against the screen because your category is Judy Greer movies and TV shows. So Jenna, you are going to have to describe the titles without saying the exact title to her. And each one of her projects will
Do I
pop up
stand
behind
here?
her.
This is
All the way
really
over here.
terrifying.
Okay, so you will have 45 seconds on the clock, and then it'll be your turn.
Okay.
And by the way,
Davey, blank out that prompter.
Oh, my bosses are competitive.
I see.
Okay, here we go.
Am I doing this right now? No, we're going to do it, Judy.
Yes,
You're
you will
America's
describe-
favorite actress, okay?
I'm
Did you read that
America's
article?
best friend. I can do
No,
this.
you're more than that.
Okay,
let's go.
and ready, set, go. Jenna, guess.
Where? I don't see anything.
Jenna, get-
I'm a teen. But I'm actually Jennifer Garner.
Oh, 13 on 30.
You're allowed to say that.
You're allowed to.
Oh, you are?
Oh, you guys. Okay. Not a funeral, but a
wedding planner.
Yes.
Good.
I have a lot of
waistline.
Ropa.
27 dresses.
Yes.
Ropa. I'm learning Spanish.
I know you are. Okay. Roar.
Oh, cursed?
Roar.
No. Jurassic World.
Yes. Sorry, I'm so loud.
I'm screaming too.
Not dad, but
Mom.
yes. Okay, next. I am under
a handcuff.
I'm trying to get bigger.
Breasts.
Good try. All right. That was a good one.
Okay,
Bigger. That was good.
Great job.
That was really good.
Am I allowed to pass if I don't know one?
Yes.
The best
Okay,
one
this is my
was
turn?
Come on, Quest.
Okay.
Okay,
Come
what
on,
do y'all
Quest. Come on, Quest.
Now, your in honor of
Okay.
Questlove Love's hometown, the category is famous Philadelphians. Okay,
Okay.
Hoda. So you have to describe it without
boy.
saying the
Okay.
title. But you can say it
Without
together.
saying the title. Okay.
All right.
45 seconds on the
Okay,
clock.
all right, let's
You gotta
do it.
beat 5.
Ready.
And go.
Okay. Okay. My beating
Hart.
What's his name? Your
Kevin Hart.
Yes, next. I like eggs and
Bacon.
yeah.
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Not Kevin.
Let's go. Oh, geez. Okay.
Sing it.
Fisherman.
Yes! Oh, yes! Okay, she worked with you on SNL. Rhymes with Dina.
Oh, Quinta.
Rhymes with Dina. And she was one of the cast members.
Of.
Amy Poehler's best friend.
Oh, Tina Fey.
Yeah, go. Not purple, it's a color, but it starts with a P.
P. Purple.
She sings. La la.
Patti LaBelle. Oh, no.
A girl. Well, a color. Pink. Sorry. Oh,
Okay.
what did we get?
That means
What did we
Jenna and
get?
Judy, you guys are the winners.
We
You
didn't
get
win.
this
Judy
famous
won,
Philly
yes.
cheesesteak.
Oh,
You did
a
well.
Philly cheesesteak.
By the way.
Yeah.
Good.
Judy?
Yes, I don't eat meat, but
Oh, yeah, she's vegan. Request.
I will take the cheesecake.
All right, to check out Quest's new book, it's called The Rhythm of Time. Please go to today.com/books.
Thank you.
It's a
Thank you.
beautiful,
Thank you so much.
beautiful
We love
book.
you.
Thank you.
And Judy, y'all, she's sticking around to tell us about her new series with Woody Harrelson and Justin Theroux. It's really fun. Right after this.
We love you. We love you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're back now with actress Judy Greer. She's known for her witty one-liners, always playing the ultimate BFF in more than 100 movies and TV shows.
150.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And according to her Instagram, she's also a knitter, a psychic, and a vegan. Unfortunately, we just gave her a cheese beef sandwich. Okay, Judy can also add one more credit to her bio, y'all. She's starring in the upcoming HBO series about the Watergate scandal called White House Plumbers.
Judy, we're so happy you're here. First of all, was it fun meeting Quest? We didn't really get into that,
Oh
but
my gosh, it was. Yes, very. It needed to
wanted
happen.
to meet in person.
It's been
Here
years.
it is.
Yes.
Well, by the way, there was this great headline.
We're
There were
kind
so
of
many,
obsessed with it.
and with you. Okay, so this is what it says. It's time we give Judy Greer the respect she deserves. She's not just the best friend. She's Judy freaking Greer.
I'm like, how did that feel to read that about yourself?
That was really nice. I'm not gonna lie. I felt that was really. And then I read that, and then I immediately like. Well, first of all, mostly my husband has the Google alert, so I don't ever see this stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Okay, a thing came out today. You should look at." Like he'll tell me, like,
let
"Oh,
you
it's
know.
really about the other actor, but your name is mentioned." But then this one, he was like, "You should really read this. It's really amazing."
Well, I think people get either put in they're pigeonholed. They're like, you're always going to be this type of actress.
Yes.
Was it hard to kind of break out of that, or?
Well, okay, so while I am a supporting actor often, I feel like all the roles I've played, like it seems like maybe I'm always the best friend, but then if you love Archer, then you think of me as like a voiceover actor. And if you love like, movies, you might think of me as this other type of character. So I am sort of pigeonholed, but in lots of different demographics.
Yeah, totally.
So it's
But
okay.
also, I kind of feel like one of the reasons why you're pigeonholed, if that's the right thing, is that the right verb? As best friend is because you are truly, like Jennifer Garner has talked about you, I think on this show, how much she adores you. You are truly a beautiful friend, and friendship is important to you.
I hope my other friends feel that way. I hope they feel like I'm not around talking about being a good friend instead of being a good friend. But yeah, I like my girls. I like my girlfriends. My chosen family.
Let's talk about this project. It's got a great cast: Justin Theroux, Woody Harrelson, on and on.
I know.
You play G. Gordon Liddy's wife in this series. So just tell us about the role, how it came to be.
Well, I got a phone call from my agent and my manager, and they told me about this script, and they wanted me to read it. And it was 5 episodes. It is 5 episodes. It's a limited series for HBO. And I got up to my first scene, and it was so funny. And I was like, "How is this funny? It's about Watergate."
Totally.
And I didn't finish, and I just called and said, "I'll do it. I'll do it." Well, I mean, when you put the group of people together, HBO, Dave Mandel, Justin Theroux, Woody Harrelson, Lena Headey, like I was in.
We have a little, can we
clip.
take a little second to watch?
How did you two meet?
His sister set us up.
I selected Fran for her high intelligence. She used to work at IBM.
Receptionist.
And, of course, her Celtic-Teutonic genes.
Lineage is very important to Gordon, even more so than intelligence.
Oh my gosh. And this, I read that you were like, you know what, we've had enough political scandals.
Yeah.
So you were like, it's kind of fun to live in the historical ones we all know about.
I mean, when you think about like Watergate, like really, there's more to talk about Watergate, and then you sort of like, it's so relevant, unfortunately, today, political scandal, but then also we're kind of like, our story is about like what happens before. There were 4 break-ins for Watergate. So the 4th attempt was the one that is the Watergate that we all know, but they tried 3 times before that and failed. So it's kind of ludicrous, like how many times they tried to do Watergate.
I didn't know
that either.
Neither did I. I didn't know any of this.
So this is a satire and a comedy, which is also a fun space to be in.
Yes.
Well, we're so happy you're here, Judy. Thank you for
Thank
being
you. We
with
love
us.
you,
Jen. You're the best.
We're part of the Judy Greer Renaissance.
Yes, we are.
Have you heard of that?
No.
We started it.
We're
online.
going to continue it.
And Pigeon Held.
I'm the president and she's the vice president.
And we're winners, just saying.
Sorry, Hoda.
That's all right.
I'm okay.
fine.
White House Plumbers, y'all do not miss it. It's hilarious. It premieres May 1st on HBO.
Coming up next, go green when you clean. We're going to show you some eco-friendly products that really do work. Coming up after this.
It's spring and it's Earth Week, which makes it the perfect time
for a little cleaning.
This is the perfect time. We got the perfect person. We got Rachel Rothman. She's the Chief Technologist and Director of Engineering at the Good Housekeeping Institute. She's got products for this month's issue, and they feature, it's their 4th annual Sustainable Innovation Award. So these do the job, and they're good for the environment.
You know that
need
we are
both.
testing everything in our labs.
Totally.
All of
Yes.
these have been tried and tested, and we love them. And you don't have to sacrifice the performance with these.
That's so important.
We know vinegar works.
Vinegar
but
works.
This is a great way of having it.
Aunt Fanny's, what's great about this is you usually get that pungent smell
Yeah.
of vinegar. This comes in 4 different really lovely scents. So you have lemon, you have
this smells
mandarin.
good.
Yeah. And I'm very scent sensitive, and it's really fantastic. So you can get the entire kit for $32. And also, cleaning vinegar, a lot of people don't realize, is 20% stronger than the regular household vinegar.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
more effective. It's going to clean great. It is really fantastic in our tests.
Okay. Now, what are these things?
So these are Swedish cloths by Ten & Co. And look how beautiful they
Wait, these
are.
are cloths?
Yes, Swedish
Wait,
cloth. So
tell us.
it's a hybrid between a sponge and a cloth. So if you
What do you do with this?
So you can wet it, and if we yes, exactly, and you can just wipe up. If
Ooh, I like when it
my
becomes
kids
wet. Feel
spill milk,
Oh,
they
yeah.
spill the orange juice, and I just keep these handy, dip it in a little water, so it's not as stiff anymore.
How long can you use these?
I mean, 6 months
Oh,
to a
it's
year.
like that.
And do you wash them?
So when they get dirty, you can just place them in the dishwasher in the
Smart.
top rack. You
Top
can
rack.
put them in the
The
washing
top
machine
rack.
also.
Sure, I love that
So yeah,
top
I've
rack.
literally been
Best.
using the same one at home for about 6
how
months
pretty are
now. They're
these?
so pretty. And they come in all these fun, beautiful designs.
And you're saving
so-
on all the things.
So
about
instead of
all
the paper towels.
I was going to say, picture your roll of paper towels and how many.
How many do you go through a day?
A ton.
Yeah, too many. So
Yeah,
these are really
ton.
fantastic.
Okay, but this is a brand we all know that's tried and
No,
true.
love this brand, Bona. So we use this all the time in our floors at home. So this one is EPA Safer Choice certified.
Okay.
So the ingredients have been reviewed, so they're better for you as well as for the planet. And the company got its start with wood floor refinishing, so you know you can trust it in terms of the safety and integrity of the product on the floors. So a little spritz.
Spray a
Oh, good. We need it in here.
And then, clean it right up. And what's great about this product is that it dries really quickly, so you can then go over the same area.
Do you
And-
get this broom too?
no,
You
so
gotta buy
the mop you can get separately. So for $20, you can get the mop. For the spray, it's $9. But what we
Okay.
also love is these are washable.
Oh, good. So you're not using the paper
Exactly.
towel.
It's not
Away again.
Exactly.
Girl,
Exactly.
you're
All right.
saving the environment.
These are for, look at these laundries.
What are these?
So
Soap?
these are laundry sheets. So this is the
love it.
latest
For the dryer?
fad.
Oh, no.
So for the washing machine. So
What?
instead of your laundry detergent that's in that big bottle, it smells really great. But what?
How do you put these in?
Literally just toss it in. That's
Like-
it. Just toss
You can
it in.
toss it
So
in,
you put
in
in
the
one.
entry, or
Yeah.
you put it in the top?
You can put it in the tub just like that. So you can use 1 for a light load, 2 for a heavier load. And with this, look how this is it. This is it. You're getting 15 loads out of this.
Wow.
And then I always spill.
Think about
I don't
the
know about you.
packaging.
Yeah,
I
we
always
do.
spill.
How'd you
my
know that?
detergent at home.
Yeah.
So you really had to get. Yes, exactly. We're tired moms. There's
Yes.
detergent spilling on the floor. So with this, and also it's more sustainable because when you're shipping it, it doesn't have the
Big
heavier the
box.
liquid and the
Yeah.
big box and everything.
Smart. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, what do we got here?
Home cleaner.
Yes. So Bon Ami, tried and tested since 1886.
Wow.
The only thing I know that looks as good that's that old, Good Housekeeping,
Yeah.
1885.
Wow.
There you go.
We eked them out a little bit, but I keep this in my bathroom. I use it on the tubs. I use it on the fixtures. It's made of feldspar, which is a soft mine mineral, so it's really great
cleaner
and really
product.
effective.
All right, just a couple of seconds
Some
left.
great dish soap.
We love Grove & Co. So it comes in this concentrate. So you're able to
you
pour
make it.
water in it and you make it. So
What
again,
is
it's
this for?
So this one is a multi-purpose. They
Okay.
have all sorts
the
of different
counters.
cleaning products. You're looking at the hand soap and the dish soap. And what we love about this product, again, when you're shipping it, instead of having all the water that's in the
Yeah.
container,
Yes.
this is making it more
That's really
sustainable.
smart.
Yes. And then I love this. You can just pop these off, and
Yeah.
you can do it for your floor, for your glass, and you see it
how
rotates
cool
around
is that?
Brilliant.
floor, glass,
Brilliant.
etc. So you can swap it in, reuse. It's in this glass bottle, and then these you can recycle. How fantastic!
Oh,
By the way,
Rachel,
all great products. Thanks, Rach.
Super
Thank you so
effective.
much.
Thank you.
And we'll be back right after this. This,
By the way, and this Tomorrow we are going to reveal who's going to New Orleans with us, and it might be you.
Oh, we can't wait. Plus, Chef Ronnie Wu, he's going to whip up the perfect cold dish for a hot day.
Oh, I like it, and a sweet surprise for someone very special.
We love
got a lot going on.
surprises and special
Right,
people,
Amy?
and we love Tuesday.
Amy!
Amy's here. Oh, Amy, look.
Just a quick.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Back now, coming up on 8:51 with a special Today Food in honor of Earth Week. We're celebrating our beautiful planet with sustainable, low-waste recipes.
On this morning's menu, a delicious vegetarian dish from one of our fave chefs, Eric Ripert, the co-owner of New York's Le Bernardin.
And he is out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Vegetable Simple, with over 100 recipes celebrating foods you can grow right in your own garden. Eric, this isn't just a vegetable dish, this is a vegetable book. What made you want to kind of bring veggies front and center?
Good morning. First of all, I love vegetables, and on the weekend I cook a lot of vegetables, especially in the summer when I entertain friends in the country. I love to have different recipes highlighting the vegetables that are in season, and I think it's a great experience for the guests because it's very convivial. You can share and have the plates of all over the table and so on. So it's very nice.
Eric, this one has some history, the recipe you're about to show us. This one came from your grandmother?
Yes, that one is called a Bayaldi. Comes from my grandmother, Emilienne in Provence. And she was doing that on the weekend to make me happy. So we pay homage to her.
And what is Bayaldi?
So Bayaldi is basically a gratin. So it's baked in oven. It's onions, tomatoes, zucchini, squash, eggplants, and you basically let it cook for 20 minutes at 450 degrees in oven, and that's what is a Bayaldi. So to do it, you start by cooking your onions like that with some olive oil, and you're going to hear I'm sure you hear it well.
Yeah.
The onions, a bit of salt and pepper, and we have some fresh thyme that I'm adding to the onion. And when they are caramelized, they look like that. You see, like in a platter.
Yeah.
I just eat that.
And then it's when you start to cover the onion with a zucchini. So you do a layer of zucchini like that.
How thin do you slice those, Chef?
I'm sorry.
How thin do you slice
I'm
the
removing the onion. They make too much noise.
You slice them pretty thin, the zucchini?
Yes, the zucchinis and the squash and the tomatoes are sliced very, very thinly, about a quarter of an inch. And you go like that in your platter. The entire platter is covered with it. It doesn't take too much time in real time. And now I have the tomatoes, so layers of tomatoes. And it's going to be very colorful. It's going to be beautiful when it's cooked. And the vegetables caramelize. And you can test every vegetable. They're not mushy. They really have their own personality, what I call personality, which is their own flavor and so on. So we can go like this.
Hey,
some
Chef,
eggplants again.
How much vegetables do you use? Because it seems like whenever I cook vegetables, they always kind of shrink down. There's a lot of water content. Do you double the amount of vegetables that you normally would use?
Yes, you have to make it very tight in a platter, like here, like you see, it's very tight. When when it's completely covered, you put salt, pepper again on top of it like this.
Pretty.
And you put some fresh thyme because the thyme. Oh, this is the picture of.
Looks beautiful.
What is in a book is my grandmother gratin. It goes to the oven, and I'm opening my oven here, right here. When it comes out of the oven, it's beautiful like that.
Let's see.
I just want to show you how it is.
Yeah, see,
Oh, wow.
You see, it's
beautiful.
It's fantastic, and I'm going to show you when you slice it on your plate. Look how gorgeous
Beautiful.
it is.
It's kind of like a
And
ratatouille.
together.
Yeah. Do you
And you
serve
can
it
see
with?
the layer of onion in the bottom,
Yeah.
and then the zucchini, the tomatoes, and eggplants
It's
and
tight.
squash.
Love it. Do you serve it with
It's very,
anything,
very
Eric?
nice.
Is it by itself, or do you add rice or something with it?
That lamb chop.
Lamb chops.
So you can have, of course, lamb chops or meat if you wish. You can have a side order of rice, or you can have different recipes that are pretty easy to make, and again, that are in the middle of the table, and you basically make your own plate.
It looks substantial. It looks meaty.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
it's hearty.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric.
Thank
Oh
you,
yes,
Chef.
I mean with grilled lamb chop is delicious, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Chef, thank you. Appreciate that. And for recipes or more, of course, there's the new cookbook. You can head over to today.com/food. Chef, thank you so much.
Here this morning is Food Network champion Priyanka Naik, author of The Modern Tiffin. She's sharing simple ways to make the most of our groceries. We've got 2 low waste and sustainable dishes to celebrate Earth Week. Priyanka, good morning. It's good to see you here.
Nice to see you.
We've already got our tasters over there. We'll get their verdict in a minute.
Yes.
But what's the first thing we're going to make this morning?
So first, we're gonna make a spice rubbed cauliflower steak, and we're gonna start with our spices first.
So you're modeling them. Why do we do that?
So here we're gonna use it in a mortar and pestle. So we have black peppercorn and salt, and you're gonna add coriander and some red chilies.
Okay.
So just go ahead and add that, and I'm gonna put you to work.
Okay.
And I need you to
like just grind. Oh, I
yes,
like this.
grind it up.
Grind up.
the
And why do you do that?
The reason why we want to do this is because we want all of the natural oils to come out of the spices, and it's gonna really help it make it fragrant and flavorful. And notice we didn't toast the spices yet.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
we're going to.
We are going to. So
Okay.
while you do that, I'm gonna get started on the cauliflower. So we're gonna trim off the end right here, just a little bit. It's very fragrant. You smell that?
I do. It's smelling good. I hear you have
Yeah.
a good cauliflower cutting hack or something.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep, okay, just wanna show you actually before I go in, we're gonna keep the core in, and then we're gonna actually just slice the end off. All right, so you see that's intact, that's
Yes.
good. We're gonna save these. And then we're gonna cut about 1 to 2 inch thick cauliflower steaks.
Oh, steaks. I like that.
Yeah, so just like this, you're gonna have the core intact, and we're actually gonna keep the leaves on because we are a low waste, zero waste life, so we wanna make sure that we
Feels
can
like those seasonings may be good now.
Do you think so? I don't know. She didn't tell me to stop, so I just kept going. Okay,
well, you
good.
can keep it as coarse or fine as you'd like.
Coarse or fine as you like.
Yeah, so you're doing great.
Okay,
She's doing great, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
You're lucky I don't come over here with this heavy weapon. Okay.
All right, so we have our steaks here now, and we just want to rub it
with a generous amount of olive oil because basically this is going to be the glue for our spices. And notice we're using the leaves as well because they're really nutritious and they're very, very tasty.
Okay.
So we're going to take that spice rub and put it all
That
over
we just
the
made.
stick. Yep,
Okay.
all over. Make sure to get it into all the nooks and crannies. So you want to get your fingers dirty here.
Okay.
So
Really
you
get
want to
in
do
there.
this too.
Sure, why not?
Because you did such a great job with the spices.
Thank you.
So
Okay. But we haven't toasted them yet. Now what happens?
you haven't toasted them yet, that's right. So now what we want to do is in this pan, we have some onions and garlic going because these are our aromatics. Then you want to take our steaks that have been rubbed with spices and you want to get them right into that onion and garlic.
Okay.
And we're going to sear this up for about 10 or 15 minutes until it's fork tender and fragrant.
Okay.
And while that's cooking up, we're going to make some of our toppings. So we're going to start with the pistachio gremolata. So
Yum.
these are just some unsalted pistachios that are chopped. We're going to add in a good amount of olive oil. And then I'd like you to add in the fresh coriander or cilantro.
All of it?
All of it. We
Just
love
like a
our
lemon
herbs.
zest?
Lemon zest. And then also a good pinch of kosher salt.
Okay. How's it tasting over there, team?
I absolutely
Got a nice kick to it.
You like it?
Love
I
the
know it's
peanuts
great
too.
because it's spicy, but I love this. So
Okay,
much.
good.
Okay, so just mix this
that
together.
up.
Okay.
Yep. And then our
Pretty.
second topping is what we call a cochonbrie at home. So this is a very traditional condiment that we eat at home. I'm Indian, I'm Maharashtrian, so this is kind of like a cooling element. So we have chopped tomatoes. We have some green chilies, which are very spicy. Some fresh grated coconut or desiccated coconut. Some fresh lemon juice, and then we want a good
pinch of salt.
sorry,
Okay,
we
no,
want a good
yeah.
pinch of salt.
Ooh, that's a healthy
and then
pinch. Okay, I'll
mix
stir
that
that
up.
up.
Yep.
Okay. So you taste all, and then you put it all over
Yes,
the cauliflower.
and then we plate it with some basmati rice.
Okay, and I'm running out of time because we spent so much time here. What do we have here?
So now we're gonna make some yogurt rice. So we have some leftover basmati rice, coconut yogurt. We want to add in all of these ingredients, which is sugar.
We have 30 seconds. What's this?
Ginger.
Ginger.
We have some green chilies, some creamer, and we're gonna add in some cooked basmati
Thank you,
rice.
Priyanka.
Okay.
This is delicious.
Thank you so much.
You're going to come back in the third hour.
Yes, and the whole
Gosh.
recipes are
And I'll
on
eat that full meal,
today.com.
It's Earth Day, so we want you to go green with us. And if you're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house, this is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea, and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free, it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews.
Okay.
This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice silky cream sauce.
Okay.
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from Farmer's Market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. The Italians love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic, it's the creaminess from the cashew, and it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest
Simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious. And I think for
So then
people
we're
with
gonna-
lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you, and also you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm going to go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
So
it
you
just
don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
Once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm going to serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm going to then, I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra, what if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's
It's
so smart.
delicious.
Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Happy Earth Day.
You too.
We are back with a special Earth Day edition of Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is here with 2 recipes that are good for us and good for the planet. Joy, good morning. Happy Earth Day.
Good morning. Happy Earth Day. And obviously, the theme is going to be all about plants. And I say that for 2 reasons. Plants, of course, shower our body with all of the right stuff. fiber and antioxidants, vitamins and minerals, but also because according to a study in the environmental journal Nature, the production of meat products generates the majority of food-related greenhouse gas emissions. So everybody would be sort of reducing their carbon footprint and contributing personally if we just wiggle in more plant-forward meals. And I'm not saying exclusively eating vegetarian or vegan, but the more plants that we could eat, the better off the earth and the environment is going to be.
And that goes for beans too, right?
Beans are fabulous. And you know what I'm making first? I have taken on a beloved classic.
Oh.
I'm going to be making what I'm calling the incredible vegan taco meat. And I'm telling you, I think I nailed it. My macho meat eaters in the house can't get enough of this.
Okay.
So the cool part, yes, that's a bold statement, but I think I could back it up. The best part is it's so simple. So there's only 3 ingredients, and I'm adding to a food processor 3 vegan powerhouses. This is 2.5 cups of cooked lentils. Lentils, of course, are packed with protein and fiber. Now I have this is just a can of rinsed and drained black beans. And I'm using black because I want it to be a dark color like meat, but certainly you could use any bean that you have in your pantry. And this is 1 cup of toasted walnuts. And then all I'm going to do is pulse it. And what I'm going to tell everybody is it's a couple of pulses because you don't want to puree it. You want to have a lot of great texture. So it's basically, whoops, pulse, 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 and we're done. That's it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug this. I'm taking you over to the stove, and I'm going to show you how we cook it up just like ground meat. So come with me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's it? It looks like ground beef.
This is it, and it's not even seasoned. You see how there's a lot of texture still in it? So there's the lentils, the walnuts, and the black beans.
Joy?
I love this.
Joy, show us this other one that's going to help us waste less fresh fruit as well.
Okay, so very carefully, okay, this is just the taco seasoning blend from the store, or you could do it do-it-yourself. I'll put that, on social and on the website. And you just mix this up and come right over here. And so very quickly, this is what it looks like. We're back over here.
So that's just like a regular little taco bar you can set up.
Yes, and it's hearty and substantial. I'm telling you, your meat eaters will love this. And you'll feel really good about the environment. So next we're doing something really cool. This is the first time I've ever tried this, and we were so pleased with the result. You know how you go to the grocery store, you buy all this fresh fruit, and then it sits in your fridge, and when you're in the mood for it, you have a little bit of mold on the raspberries or the blackberries.
They're always moldy.
Yes. Yes. So this is a way to cut back on waste. So I take 3 cups of whatever fruit you have that's sort of seen its heyday in the fridge. You're going to chop it up and you put it in the blender with 2 tablespoons of honey. And so my fruit's going in, and then I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of honey right in there, and you whirl it up, and you're going to puree it so that it's totally smooth and velvety. I've also done this with chopped mango, pineapple can work, any combination can work. Then you spread it out on parchment paper on your baking sheet, and you pop it in the oven at between 150 and 175. It has to be under 200. And you do that because you're going to dehydrate it. But here's the thing. You need a lot of time, 6 to 8 hours in the oven. So it's a great rainy day activity, or if you're working from home. Now look what it comes out like. See this?
It's like a fruit leather.
Oh, wow.
But now we're going to take it to the next level now. So now we take our scissors, just like this, and we have the parchment paper, and I'm going to cut it. You let it cool.
Yeah.
You cut it like this. And guys, you roll it up, and you basically have created, rolled up fruit leather. And look at this. It's chewy, and it's sweet and addictive. It's really, really delicious, and such a fun activity. Look at that.
That's a good...
this. Thank you so much.
I'm so glad.
And for these
You got it.
recipes, of course, and more, head to
Mwah.
today.com/food. And we'll be right back.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And today, we're picking up 2 recipes that taste great, of course. But in honor of Earth Week, they're also sustainable.
A reminder, you can order all the ingredients for these recipes in one click by scanning the QR code on your screen. It's like a grocery delivery service. So once you purchase online, schedule a store pickup or delivery for your order.
Food Network champion, vegan chef Priyanka Naik is here to help us out in the kitchen for a few minutes. She's also the author of The Modern Tiffin. So, Priyanka, thank you. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me again.
We should tell folks it's sustainable because you can eat everything, that you don't waste anything in the kitchen.
Yes.
These are carrot tops.
Yes. So these are,
I was wondering, I'm like, is that dill? Like, what is that?
No, it's carrot top. I'm actually dressed like a carrot.
Ah,
so
that's
it's
funny.
Like the top of my head. Yeah. So we're just gonna give this a rough chop. This is all edible. You're gonna
Rough chop. That's my
I
specialty
just
in the
threw out a
kitchen.
bunch of carrot tops. I never even
yeah,
thought of.
it's edible and it's very nutritious and it has
Oh.
some very lemony flavors. So we're actually gonna combine these tops
Okay.
with some wilting greens, like all
Okay.
the greens in your fridge that kind of just sit there and they're looking sad,
Yes.
Okay.
but they're still usable. This is spinach. You can add arugula, kale, really
What
whatever
are we
you
making?
like. We're making a wilted green quesadilla with carrot tops and a carrot and corn esquites.
Do I just put this in here?
Okay.
Put it in, and then we're gonna get them all sautéed up in here.
So I read that you toast the spices,
Yes,
right?
so we're gonna put in some onion, but before that, yes, you reminded me, we're gonna
Yeah.
toast some spices. So these are whole cumin seeds.
Okay.
This is very traditional to do in a lot of different parts of India, to bloom spices whole in the oil to get the flavors out. And then we're gonna go in with our onions.
And the order is important here. So
The
spice,
order's
then
important.
onion. Okay.
You want to do the spices first so they bloom in the oil and they're fragrant for about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Some green chilies because we like it spicy.
Yep.
And
We
then
like it
some
hot.
garlic.
Ooh, lots of
Yes.
garlic too. I love that.
Yes, so you get this sauteed and once these
Oh
are
wow.
translucent.
You smell that? It smells delicious.
Yeah, already, right? We didn't even do anything. You get all your greens in. So this
What
is
kind of oil is that?
super healthy. This is just a light olive oil.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're
And
gonna
that
salt that
sautés
up.
down
We're
nice.
2
gonna
minutes,
Saute
okay.
this down.
I'll take
Okay.
care of
So
this
once
for you.
that's sauteed, we're gonna take a large tortilla. We're gonna add in some cheese. This is vegan cheese. You can use any cheese that you like.
I've
I
never
have
tried
smoked
vegan
Gouda.
cheese.
I was about to say,
Really
me
good.
neither.
It's
When we
good.
try it, we'll let you know for
You
sure.
gotta give it a chance. You're gonna get it on a hot griddle,
Okay.
and then we're gonna add in our sauteed greens from before.
Okay.
So you just plop that right in. Really technical term here.
Okay.
I
And-
love making quesadillas at home because the kids
Yeah.
love the cheese and the cheese hides the veggies. And
Exactly, and this is sustainable, so
Okay.
it's a win-win. And then you toast it up until it's nice and golden brown.
Okay.
Then for our esquites, we have to have some corn which you've charred.
What is esquites?
It is just basically a Mexican corn
Oh.
salad, essentially.
Okay.
Okay.
So traditionally has charred corn in it. We carve it off of the cob like this. We're using 2 bowls to do that.
That's really smart. That's a pro
So
tip.
Very
you can
clever
do it
idea.
In a bundt pan too, because there's a hole in the middle.
Yes.
You can just put the cob in.
Okay.
And then remember the carrot tops? Well, these are the carrot
the carrots,
bottoms.
okay.
So we saute that up. We
No
have some
carrot goes to
vegan
waste here at the
mayo
Today
and
Show.
some vegan sour cream. You're gonna
Okay.
add that
Let's
in.
mix this together.
Yep, you're gonna put all of this together with the
Nice.
corn. And we're
What are
gonna
our
add some
seasonings here?
cilantro,
I'm gonna try that.
Some whole cumin seeds. I know you said you don't like cumin that much. but
I
you gotta
love
give
cumin. I was talking about my husband.
Oh, well,
Oh, that is good.
So I try not to cook with it at
Try
home.
this.
But I love it. And what was that? Paprika?
that was red chili powder.
Oh,
some
okay.
fresh
So this is
lime
spicy
juice.
too.
Wait, this is really yummy. It's like chili without the meat.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
You're
and then
right.
you got to give the quesadilla a try because the wilted
Oh,
greens
that
are
is
in
good.
there.
It's good.
Oh my goodness.
What good
And
you
I have
get
to
that?
tell you, I really can't tell the difference with the cheese.
I would never know if you didn't tell me.
Vegan cheese gets so much hate, but I'm telling
It
you,
does.
it's good.
Yum.
Oh my goodness.
I actually use vegan cheese sometimes because I'm lactose, not totally intolerant, but
Yeah.
most people, to your point, most people, and
You wouldn't
there's
even
so
know.
many different kinds.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is really
Oh
good.
wow. This
I'm
is so
so
fresh.
happy you
Priyanka,
And the
thank
roasted
you so
corn.
much.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
We are back with Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer firing up the grill to make a chicken Caesar salad. Good morning, Joy.
Excited for this.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have been dying to try this recipe. And then earlier this week, all my best friends from high school came over for a post-COVID reunion. And we devoured this. Actually, I have to give a shout out to Tappan Zee High School in Rockland County, my alma mater.
All right, so
But we tested it for you all.
So how do we get started?
That's right. So basically, I have here 2 romaine hearts. It's the easiest thing ever, and you're going to slice them, keeping the root intact. So I'm going to show you, because when you keep the root intact, it's going to help the leaves to stay together when you grill. So let me hold this up and show you what I've done here. Just like this. Nice. Right. And now I lay them out, and what I'm also going to do, I have a large chicken breast that I butterflied because I want the chicken to cook at the same time that my lettuce will grill. And all I do is I mist both sides, and then I add a little bit of salt over the top and a little bit of ground black pepper. It's as easy as this. Now, normally I would flip them over and I would do exactly the same thing to the other side. And I'm going to take you over to my grill because I put it on the grill just for about 3 minutes.
That's it?
And you're going to see what they look like. 3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry. 3 minutes per side.
Okay.
3 minutes
All
per
right.
side.
Quick.
Oh, unless you want to have chicken tartare.
So this is beautiful and charred right
look at
over
that.
here. You want to be careful. I have long tongs to take off the lettuce because you want them to stay intact. But this is all about presentation. You can see the smoky, charred goodness that is on these lettuce leaves. And I'm taking my chicken. I'll put it over here.
So simple.
I know, it looks so good, Joy.
That's the best part. So
And then how do you
here I
assemble?
So I cut up some chicken already. So I'm going to place this chicken over here. And I'm going to pull over. Hold on. I got all my fixins. I'm trying. And so now all I'm going to do is really put my chicken that I sliced up right over here. And of course, we need some grated Parmesan.
And can you serve this room temperature, Joy?
You could serve it room temperature. You could serve it warm. Instead of the carby croutons, what I like to do is I toast some pecans. It adds like a buttery, epic crunch. And then you can really use any light Caesar dressing that you have on hand, or I'm going to put a recipe up as well for one that I make with avocado. And so this serves 2, but the cool part about this is you could scale it up or you can scale it down.
Or you can scale it over here.
Yeah,
Joy, that looks fantastic.
Caesar of the day.
Another home run. Thank you, Joy.
So good, Joy.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye, guys.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Our friend Anthony Scotto of Fresco by Scotto Restaurant, which is one of the best in New York City, has 2 salads that we want to eat for
Don't you love Anthony?
I love Anthony.
Just pause and say we love you.
I love you guys. You know, you're all part of my family, and it's just terrific.
And is your restaurant doing great?
New York is doing absolutely wonderful. Fresco by Scotto is rocking it in Midtown Manhattan.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with steak.
Yes. So there's 2 aspects of the steak. Again, the whole idea about this is you're outside. You don't have to go back in. Your family's out there.
Yes,
just cool.
Just stay
chill
outside.
Out.
Okay, got it.
Romaine lettuce.
Romaine.
Cut it in whatever size you want to get it in.
Are you going to grill the lettuce?
Exactly right. So
Wait,
you're going
we don't know that this is a. You do.
Yeah, so you're going to olive oil
yummy
this.
And crunchy.
You're going to do exactly right, and it's got that the taste of the char.
How do you make it not wilty?
No, it won't. Sorry, it won't be wilty.
Watch.
And then
Watch
you just
what
leave it there
Anthony's
for
gonna
a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
It'll have that look.
Yeah.
And it'll be just like what this is going to be.
And it's crunchy
Can I
and
have a bite?
delicious.
No more, no less. Just
Exactly.
season it.
Yeah.
Keep it
You're
nice
gonna
and crunchy. All right. So then the steak.
Tastes like steak. Ish.
Then the steak, right, it does. Then the steak, what I want you to do is you're going to salt and pepper just before you use it.
Okay.
My suggestion is to really do it, take it out 20 minutes before you're going to
Because you want
cook
it
it
room
off.
temp.
You want it kind of room temp.
Okay. Then
Are you
put
happy
salt
with
and
that?
pepper.
Salt and pepper, very simple.
Both
yes,
sides now?
fine. Yeah, it's fine. We could do it on the side now.
Okay.
All right, and then you want 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And that will give you that grill mark that you're looking for, that square.
Okay.
11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, okay?
So we grilled our
We'll
lettuce.
build it off, and now you want it to look like a restaurant, right? So
Yes.
the things that you want to do, this is, all of this is not,
Yeah, no, thank you.
yeah, also, but it could be for the chef too, just so
Okay.
that you know that.
Yeah, okay,
So
good.
you're squaring this off, you're making it look clean.
Beautiful.
And then the sizing of what you want to do for the steak is
thin.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Kinda in
Or it could be thinner. You know, it's
I
your
like
choice.
it like that.
But it gives you that mouthfeel that you need.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we're dressing it.
Look at this.
Exactly.
I'm
we're dressing
dying
it.
for
Get,
that. Over here.
get,
I'm
a, get a
coming
Caesar
over.
salad,
Get
please.
around.
You're going to get a Caesar salad. You could store-bought this.
Yeah.
I'm going to add a little Parmesan cheese. And my real trick to this is adding just a little bit of fresh lemon to your store-bought Caesar salad, okay?
Yes. Wait, what?
Croutons.
You just add lemon and it makes it taste
and
more
it brightens
Caesar.
it right up.
I love croutons.
Yeah.
Do you make your own or do you buy them?
I make my own.
I'm going to take this with
Fresco
me.
by Scotto.
You're right.
I'm going to take this back. Oh my God.
Okay. Next.
So here, let's do it. We're considering at Fresco by Scotto a summer salad. In that summer salad, you're going to have components like you always have romaine lettuce every time you're having a salad. This is, if you want to try that, that's Lola lettuce. It mimics romaine. It gives you a color which it makes it pretty.
I love that. What's it called? Lola?
Lola, L-O-L-A.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to add all your summer vegetables in here: zucchini, squash, cucumbers.
Those are uncooked zucchini and squash.
Always uncooked, okay?
Always, okay.
And then after this is all done, we're adding strawberries. It's going to strawberry
Strawberries.
vinaigrette.
I wanna go.
Strawberry vinaigrette.
Wait, pass that baby.
If you can't get strawberry vinaigrette, you could store by. You could
pass me
find raspberry vinaigrette,
Okay.
and it mimics
Thank you.
the same thing.
Thanks.
Fresh strawberries, mix them together. That's what it looks like.
Look at this.
You'll love
Look
it.
how it looks
all
like that.
outside, have
Look
fun.
At you. Stop going
Summer's
inside.
going away. Summer's going away.
No,
real
it's
quick.
not, Anthony.
Summer's going away.
Guess what we're doing,
It's
Anthony?
August.
We're
It's
letting it
August.
go slow.
It is August.
Slow.
Can we talk about something new?
What?
I have a new restaurant opening.
Wait, what? Where?
Luogo Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee.
Anthony's
No.
popping up in Nashville? When's it happening?
If you're in Nashville,
November 2022.
2022. Can I go for my birthday?
Please.
I'm in. All right, to get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
This week, Today nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting a spin on salad dressing. And by the way, folks, congratulations, Joy Bauer. Superfood Friday just won 2 Taste Awards. Awards for Best Filmed at Home Episodes or Film and Best Health and Fitness Program Film or Documentary. It's an award-winning segment, Joy Bauer. All right.
Congratulations.
And
I
this,
have to tell you that Ian Bauer now thinks he's Steven Spielberg.
by the way, we should point out this is a family affair this morning because Joy's son Cole is helping us out. What's up, Cole?
Buddy. You know what's really funny, guys? Cole can't stand up because I'm so short that he's at stand up.
Oh, wow. Thank you for, lean back down. Let's start with Chipotle tahini. Cole, what you got?
Okay, so we're going to do 3 different dressings that will take your salad in unique flavor directions, and I think you're going to love these. So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm adding a 1/4 cup of tahini paste, which is basically ground sesame seeds. It has it has a mellow, mouth-watering flavor, but as mellow as it is, it's packed in the nutrition department.
Okay.
Cole is going to add the star of the show, which is the chipotle peppers. Yeah, go ahead. In 3 directions. They come in the can, and you can either keep the heat light, and then just add the adobo sauce, or you could do 1 pepper, which Cole just added in, for a nice heat, or, oh, you're going for the 2.
I'm going for 2.
Okay, if you go for 2, I mean, we're talking bring tears to your eyes heat, but we love that. I'm gonna add a little bit of lime juice.
Okay.
Extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of garlic, and Cole, you put in a pinch of the salt over there.
I'm gonna try it.
Then some water, and guys, you blend this up. Cole, you be the taste tester. This is the tahini over here, and it is so creamy. Can you see how creamy that is? Look at that.
Looks good.
Really nice. Go for it. Adjective. Describe what you're tasting.
All right, that's earthy.
Oh.
Getting fiery.
Oh.
You've trained this palate well, Joy.
Yes, I love it. All right, Joy, we were just talking about green goddess dressing. I get it, and I love it. I have no idea what's in it.
So I really wanted to master a green goddess that had that unique, addictive flavor, but was also super light and easy to make, so you could be heavy-handed with it, because we don't like to do salad dressing. So the first thing I did for the creaminess is I'm adding in 1 ripe avocado, and obviously it's going to give it an earthy flavor. It's going to give it tons of heart-healthy fat. Now we have all that basil, fresh basil. And then to cut some corners over here, when it comes to the spices, instead of adding a lot of fresh, and again, this is just because I wanted it to be lickety-split. Cole, what do we have here?
I think we got garlic, onion. Is that salt and pepper?
Salt and pepper. Okay. And then a little bit of lime juice. Why don't you go in for a taste? Okay. A little bit of, we have lime juice, and we have a little bit of, what is this over here? Apple cider vinegar.
That's the secret.
Of extra virgin olive oil. This blends up. What are our adjectives over here?
I had to break out the thesaurus for this one. That was quite herbaceous.
Oh.
Herbaceous. Herbaceous.
I like over here, you go in for the lemon vinaigrette. Now, the lemon vinaigrette is really nice because this is so easy peasy. It gives it that bright citrusy pop, and it's good for any kind of salad that you have. And the best part is it takes a minute to make. This is lemon juice. Okay, we've got a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. I'm putting in rice vinegar. Cole, go in for the taste. Lemon zest to bolden up that lemon.
10 seconds.
A little mustard, and then some salt and pepper. And guys, I'm telling you, you whisk this up, you'll feel like you're in a restaurant.
Wow, that's an award-winning show right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Cole, give us an adjective for that one. Give us one more adjective.
Oh, Cole says zippy. Zippy.
Oh, that is a
And he's smart. Joy, Cole, thank you both for these recipes. It's today.com/food.
All right, this morning on Today Food, we are answering the age-old summer party question, what can I bring? Well, Today contributor Elizabeth Highschool has 2 delicious summer salad recipes, and no pressure, Elizabeth. But there are 3 Yankees eating your food. We need them to be in good health. I hope this is good and tasty.
They're cute. They're cute.
They're cute.
Honey,
they want ribs. I don't know if they want this.
You're here on salad day. Sorry.
We told him to stay away from the drinks, though.
Yeah.
He's
got a heavy pour.
Absolutely. So, I mean, y'all know it's hot as the hinges of hell in the
Yeah.
South right now. And nobody wants to be sweating in the kitchen. So we're going to do these great, easy salads that we can pull together quickly.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm going to get you. Yes, it's
I've never shaved a vegetable.
I still don't like you with knives.
No,
You have a cooking show.
no. She is wonderful.
No. Are you
All right,
sure
so here
high
we
school?
go. Take off the ends here. Very
Don't be
good.
so snappy
and
about
then
it.
we're going to shave it just like this.
Oh, okay.
Careful.
Look at you. Okay,
Okay,
buddy. Okay, buddy. You
okay.
got it. Yeah, okay, keep going.
Yeah, real
So now we go in here. Now,
Wait,
with
you're
our
not
fennel.
peeling it. You're making.
And then with our fennel. Oh,
You're
come
not-
on.
mine
I
looks
had
like I'm
such high
peeling it.
hopes. All right, let's move on over. Let's move to the fennel
Is
then.
this the
Okay, you
fennel?
move to the
Okay,
fennel.
yes. All right.
Now, if you don't
keep
love
shaving.
fennel,
We'll do this.
Oh, you're better at that.
if
Okay.
you don't love fennel, you can always use celery. That's a great option. We're gonna put that in there, and then we're gonna start making our dressing.
You're moving
Y'all
so
keep
fast for
shaving.
us. Okay,
Y'all
yes, keep
shaving.
going. All right, we're
So we've
shaving.
got a little bit of
Okay.
honey. We've got some Dijon. We also have got some lemon juice.
Okay.
And then we're gonna slowly drizzle the oil in here.
Oh.
Oil. I knew. I was
Drizzle the
waiting.
oil.
I was waiting.
Wait.
Yankees love
Y'all
it.
like it?
Pause for Yankees reaction. Okay, what are y'all doing? What do you think?
Delicious.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, really, y'all forget
Feels
it.
like
Listen,
summer.
we need to drink.
Yes.
That's not fair. They're drinking, and I want to drink.
I know, but they got a game. When's the next game?
So these
Tonight.
Tonight.
No, they're going to be mad.
I want to be the reason.
Take it
If they got drunk on the Today Show.
Please win, or we're gonna have angry Yankees fans
These
out
are
our window.
virgins.
No, I
Okay,
don't
keep
like
going.
No, they're not.
Okay. So now we're gonna.
Oh my God, that is
isn't it
raw.
wonderful? It is a peach and Aperol
They taste great.
margarita. You know we love a margarita.
Okay, this is beautiful. Now what do we do?
So now what we do is we're gonna add pine nuts. We're adding pine nuts. We're adding Parmesan.
Okay, sorry, I got distracted.
We're gonna add that vinaigrette that I just made.
Yeah.
Let's get the vinaigrette in there.
Dump it in.
Yes,
And the
please.
fennel too. The whole thing.
And then yes, and
Okay,
then
and then I'll
I
toss
want
it.
you to
Watch me
fennel,
toss.
and then
Okay.
you're gonna toss.
What about these?
All right, now this salad is one of my favorite things. It's everything
Wait,
from
are
the
we all
farmer's
done?
market.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's
We
it.
didn't
It's
taste
just
it.
a
Moving
super
We'll just
easy
move on.
salad.
We don't have time for all that.
So,
We got to keep it
all
cushion.
right, so here we are. This is farmer's market salad. The deal is, if it grows together, it goes together. Okay.
What does that mean?
So we have because corn, peaches.
Okay, got it.
If you see it at a farmer's market, it's all going to go together. So it doesn't matter. You can put anything you love in there.
Okay.
Now this is
So
my
what do you
favorite
put?
trick. So
Wait,
when
look what
you've
she's
got
doing.
you've got all these little tomatoes.
Yeah, I wanna
okay?
see this.
So we're going to put this on top, and then you just
look
cut
at
straight
that.
through.
That's
Isn't
a
that
pro
fun?
tip.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes,
That's a
that's
life
good.
hack.
That's a hack, right?
So then we're going
life
to
hack.
add this in.
Life hack.
And then I've got smoked chicken. Now listen, you can just go to your local barbecue stand, pick up some smoked chicken,
stick it
or
in.
I mean, you can smoke your own.
Okay.
I think that's legal in y'all's state
It
now.
is.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I
Isn't
know.
it? Yeah, I thought so.
Not in Mississippi.
All right, so let's work on our vinaigrette.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in Mississippi, not
Okay, what are we
yet,
doing?
not ever, probably. All right, so let's go ahead and add some lemon juice to this.
Lemon juice.
And then we've got balsamic. We're going to throw in 2 cloves of garlic.
Just whole like that?
Okay. Because we're going to blend it.
Okay.
And then
And
a little bit of zest, which we love a zester.
Yes, and what's
And
this?
the Parmesan's going to go
The
in.
whole thing?
It's a Parmesan
Wow.
vinaigrette.
What's the drink, Elizabeth?
Yeah,
The
we're-
drink is a peach and Aperol margarita.
Yes. That's fantastic.
I mean, is it not one of the best things you've ever put in your mouth?
so good.
Yankees like it? We're out of time.
like
We
I'm in
are
Italy.
out of time.
Like in Italy? You enjoyed it?
Delicious. Yes.
Oh,
Amazing. Thank you very much.
All right,
I'm going to
well-
need this recipe.
They're all they're fueled up and liquored up for the game tonight.
Liquored up for the game.
Thanks, Elizabeth. You'd have it no other way. If you want to get your hands on these recipes, go to
we do the show every day.
today.com/food. Thank you again, Yankees, for all your hard work, and hope you enjoy that meal. Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
now I've been watching you cook, recently.
Uh-oh.
So
Oh,
I know.
okay.
So just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're going to do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're going to do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string
Oh,
that comes
yeah.
running out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it. Kind of
Okay.
like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't
just-
go all the way
Oh,
through. I
shoot.
should have just specified.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not
slit
waste
of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
Right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good, good, good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should. It should
Yeah,
go
I
all the
feel
way
like I
down,
only
or
got part
maybe
of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it.
sorry,
though.
sorry. Okay, so we're sauteing that.
We're
Yeah.
gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now these
And
are
you wanna-
peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and
deveined.
deveined. They've
Who
got-
wants
Look
to
at you.
devein?
You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
your name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. Okay,
Okay.
we're
Go ahead.
sauteing
Go
what?
ahead and
Just
move
do-
it. Move it around.
That
Yeah.
hot? No. Okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're going to take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're going to put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now.
Okay,
on
I won't.
camera.
Not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that we've
Pretend.
done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce really easy. We're going to add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do you
Yeah.
choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or what?
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very
Okay.
well. So add in some curry paste,
Okay, curry paste.
some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all
and
up?
stir this up, and then you're gonna add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the
Okay.
kind with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this all
delicious.
up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut
Please-
butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There we
I
go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're gonna do is we're gonna get this down into a
Ooh.
nice paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're gonna add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I
look
know,
at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is go, oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love
Well,
that.
it's everybody's good.
Okay.
There you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp?
Go ahead.
Why is
Just-
everything?
Oh
I
Lord.
know. I know.
Okay.
Have it look. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste over
Yeah, let's move on from the carrot.
More fame on that name.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now
Wanted to burn.
moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yeah.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook. This
Okay.
is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really
as well.
good.
It's
It's
really good.
light. It's
Hey.
light.
Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked
Oh
shrimp
yeah.
and
This-
peas.
How good is that?
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of this shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the onion calories a
Instead
little
of
bit.
mayonnaise, you could do
Yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it
whatever you
taste
use.
good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon juice? Okay.
Yes.
You're right. It does have a little.
Stir that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this
Good.
the dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers.
Yeah.
Chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I don't
Yes,
want
yeah, you can turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All
for
right.
her
Yeah,
lunch,
yeah.
so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing. You
This
just
dressing
add
is
in-
really good.
Really, and it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I
Boom.
love avocado.
What about some onion too? It's a little bit of bite, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit of breath stink
Little
in
bit
there.
of onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover
stink?
shrimp that I just
What did you
used.
say?
Just a little bit
Did
of,
you say breath
you know, it's a little bit of breath stink. That's what I call it.
What do you call what?
Breath stink.
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
all
Yeah.
good.
All right. Let me
There we
just
go.
get some of that.
That dressing is so good.
Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome.
You're
Look
so
at my
good.
tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Chef Bijou Thomas has worked all around the world for athletes and celebrities like Patrick Dempsey, and this morning he's going to show us some nutritious and delicious recipes family's going to love. They're quick, they're easy to make. Bijou, good to see you. Good morning.
Great to see you. Thank you.
It's already smelling good. And what are we making this morning?
All right, we've got this beautiful, warm fall color biryani rice salad to begin with.
Okay.
Which is like a mixture of all these things. And to start with, we got some mustard seeds.
Okay.
The same mustard seeds that you would make mustard out of.
Oh, okay.
The stuff we put on burgers.
You toast them up in some oil?
Yeah, you toast them up. I've got some onions to go with here.
All right.
And the idea here is to get these sauteed a little bit, the mustard start to pop. And then we've got some fruits and nuts. And one of my favorites is apricots.
Yeah.
Because one, I'm from Colorado, so it kind of brings out the whole Rocky Mountain, the West. And then you add, I've got some cashews, some apricots.
The dried
raisins.
apricot, raisins, and chickpeas, looks like.
And chickpeas.
Okay.
You put all that in there until the cashews start to toast a little bit. The raisins plump up.
This is what we're headed
for. And then
for.
magically, it looks like this. Look at that. This is exactly how my home kitchen looks.
Yeah, exactly. It just happens
then-
just like that.
Yeah, and then we've got the toasted stuff, and you can add a little bit of curry powder. What do you think about curry powder?
I love curry powder.
All right. So little curry powder.
Okay.
At home if you want, cinnamon, cumin, whatever you like.
Now, what is this a special kind of rice?
This is a basmati rice,
Yes.
which is the Indian long grain rice.
Yeah, I love that.
Right?
Okay.
So long grain rice.
Yeah, I like it.
And
The tasting party is going, that's a good sign. Okay.
Thumbs up.
This is a great way to use up all the, if you have leftover
Yeah.
rice, but you bring a bunch of fruits, nuts, everything,
Yeah.
toast it.
Cooked
rice
rice.
goes in there,
Yeah.
cooked rice.
Okay.
And then
I'm pushing you down the
All
line
right,
because I
we're
know
going,
time is short. Okay.
And our particular flair for this
Yes.
one is we're going to grill some peaches,
Love
some
that.
fruit. We got butternut squash. I'm going to put some lemons on here.
Okay. Are we grilling all these things?
Yeah, let's throw the big
Okay,
things
yeah.
on here.
I'll do it.
And
What do these look like? Little
those are
jalapeno peppers or
those are
something?
okra.
Oh, okra. Okay.
Okra, and you can brush. We have a little brush here. We can do some
Okay.
coconut oil.
Okay.
And you can, of course, do butter if you want, but coconut oil, we can get this going, keeps everything vegan. since
Okay.
We got a lot of vegan families now.
Yes.
Look at that. That becomes
Beautiful.
this. And then this, you can sprinkle some of that onto
Yeah.
here.
And add it
Yeah,
as
yeah,
you
here we
like.
go.
How are the flavors, guys?
It's so yummy.
Salad dressing, out of control.
You know what? This is like energy food too.
This
You
is.
got your nuts, your rice, your
Yes.
beans, like so healthy.
Exactly. So,
Okay, we've got
all right.
another salad, which is a mixed corn salad.
So that's going. And
Yeah.
then over here,
I'll take a bite while you
Yeah.
get me ready for this.
we're going to do this sauce. So if you've
Okay.
been beaches along Mexico, beaches along India, grilled corn
right?
and corn elote is
Yes.
big everywhere.
Okay.
All right, for a green sauce, start with spinach. We got some mint leaves. We got some fresh cilantro.
Okay.
Some jalapeno, some ginger. All that goes in
We're gonna
there.
blend that up.
Blend that, and you get this beautiful green sauce.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just don't like when things burn. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yes. I know. Since when? He said you're right. Okay.
Grilled corn. Grilled corn. This would have come off of our grill right there. It's
Cool.
nice and charred. And then to cut the kernels off, you
Yeah.
can do it on the board,
Yeah.
or look at that. You can put it on a bowl.
Oh.
It falls right into the bowl.
Okay. Yum.
Then we've got this beautiful grilled corn just magically showed up
Yes,
here.
it did. Gorgeous.
And then we're gonna add some spices here. I'm gonna
Okay.
sprinkle some in.
Just add them in there.
Actually, let's just put them all in.
Yeah, just dump it in there because we're almost out of time.
All right.
And we'll put the whole
Onions, peppers,
recipe
this.
online.
That goes in.
Stir it up.
Stir
Can we
it
just
up.
show the final
Yep.
result there?
There's that.
It's a great salsa.
Oh,
You like it?
Yeah,
there's
Okay,
that.
let's
We're
get
gonna put
in
some
there.
crunchy stuff on there.
Yeah. What's the crunchy stuff?
Crunchy is Indian snack mix. It's a Sev.
Oh, I'm in love.
It's good.
Bijou, you've done it again.
All right, we've got sauces.
Recipes
you.
are online. We're out of time. Just check your local news. Ooh, and that's a little kick to it too.
It's got a little kick.
Like that.
I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This morning's guest, the lovely Janae Claiborne.
All right, she is, and this is my turn. Okay, she is the blogger and mastermind behind
You were
Sweet
meditating.
Potatoes. I was very zen. Where her mission is to make vegan food easily and approachable, and I love this that it's going to be done with tacos.
Well, there's a thing called Veganuary that has been atop of Google searches for the month.
Veganuary?
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Veganuary?
I've never heard of it.
Veganuary.
Thank you.
Okay, that's how far I am from
Thank
ever
you,
doing
Janae.
this stupid thing. So you're going to share 2 meals meals for us that are very easy. They're easy to make. They're also good for you. They're packed with flavor. Janae, why are people ditching meat and dairy and going the vegan route?
Well, first off, it's because it makes them feel so much better when you're eating vegan food, especially eating wholesome vegan food. So, things made out of cauliflower and all your greens, beans, whole grains and such. You're going to feel lighter. You're going to have more energy. Your digestion is going to work better. So people really want to take advantage of all of those amazing benefits this time of year, and hopefully they'll stick with it beyond January.
What is on your Veganuary menu today?
Okay, so today we're making a couple of my most famous recipes. My cauliflower fried chicken. Yes, cauliflower fried chicken. So we're using a cauliflower. I want to show you how I cut it up into little florets that kind of, they're going to resemble fried chicken. Like we have this finished dish right here. So what I'm going to be doing, I'm basically just using a regular fried chicken batter. So here I have some flour. I'm going to stir it up. I have nutritional yeast in here, which is a vegan little secret. We have Old Bay, smoked paprika, onion powder, all that stuff that you would usually use for a fried chicken batter. And then over here, we have the wet. So we have some soy milk over here. You can use any non-dairy milk, some mustard, and some hot sauce, because this is going to be a spicy fried chicken. So I just stirred that up together. So here's the thing. When you're going to do this, you want to double batter it. First, you do your wet. So dip, put it into the dry. Use a different hand. We're not going to cross this, right? Use a different hand for the dry. Stick it back into the wet.
Dredge.
Okay? Double dredge that.
Why do we do that?
And then you do that because then you're going to have more flavor on your, the fried batter. It's going to be crunchier. It's going to be more flavorful. It's going to be so good. And you're just going to fry this for about 4 to 5 minutes until it's nice and crispy and like golden brown like we have over here, basically. And it's super easy to do. It's just cauliflower. It's delicious.
Janae, we got about 2 minutes left. We want to make sure we get to these tacos.
Let me show you the tacos. Okay, so these tacos are incredible. These are lentil tacos, all right? So with a mango guacamole. So while that's frying over there, let me just show you. This is so easy. So the mango guacamole, it's just a regular guacamole with mango added and, your lime, your cilantro, all that good stuff. Now, as far as the lentil tacos go, I have my tomatoes over here. All that is, it's so easy. You do some tomatoes, cook them until they're really nice and soft. And then you're going to add in your lentils. You're going to add in some chopped kale. You can use frozen kale or spinach or any other green you want. And then you're going to add in your spices. I like to measure mine out ahead of time. So I have cumin, chili powder, lots of salt. You cook that down. I know we don't have much time, so you cook that down. And then you're going to have something like this, basically. Nice tender lentils with... Thank you. And it's so easy to make. It takes just a few minutes. Anybody can do it. And it's great for anyone, whether you're vegan or not. It's just a really nice, healthy, light, super flavorful, and filling vegan meal.
Well, Janae, you nailed it. There's a couple days left for Veganuary people out there. So something to make tonight.
Yes.
We appreciate it. And if you do want to make it tonight, you go to today.com/food for the recipe. Janae, thank you.
Next month is
Thank you,
February.
guys.
February.
Is that really? There you go.
No, I just.
So you need these recipes again.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
healthy, easy recipes from Gabi Dalkin, creator of What's Gabi Cooking. Gabi, good morning. Thanks for helping us launch this thing.
You are so welcome. Do you like the darkness outside in LA?
It's very early. Oh my gosh.
It's an early one. Who doesn't want to wake up and make chili? What do you got for us today?
So we've been making all sorts of healthy recipes in January, and this is one of the most popular recipes on my website. It's a black bean sweet potato chili that even like a true meat lover would love. As you saw earlier, I just sauteed some onion and some sweet potatoes in like a large heavy bottom skillet. And I'm going to season it with garlic, salt, paprika, cayenne, and a little cumin, and just kind of toast that up. And then everything just goes into here. So we have black beans, we have quinoa, we have fire roasted tomatoes, and it's just going to sit on the stove and kind of simmer with a little bit of stock. You could use quinoa, you could use farro, you could use barley, you could use rice, and literally it's just kind of a set it and forget it kind of thing, and I'm obsessed with it.
Could you swap out the black beans? Gabi, if you don't like black beans, could you use a different kind of bean?
You could use chickpeas, you could use kidney beans, any red beans, like whatever kind of beans you have, it's amazing.
Could you also use meat? Asking for Carson.
Yep, ground beef.
So yes, if you wanted to saute some like chicken or ground turkey or put shredded chicken in before, it is like perfect and an extra way to add some protein.
And Gabi, with most chilies, they're better even later. Is this a good make ahead?
This is one of the, so yes, this I actually made yesterday, and it's better today than it was last night when I made it. The flavors have time to develop, and I'm just gonna season it with, or garnish it with a little cheese, a little cilantro, some lime juice, and then if you wanna get a little fancy like you see on that photo, I like to add a little crema, which is just kind of like a watered down sour cream to give it a little extra creaminess. And it's perfection.
Looks yummy. What's our second? You got another dish for us?
Yeah, so let's talk about vegetables because I feel like so many people don't know how to make vegetables properly. And the key to vegetables, in my opinion, is roasting them. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of cauliflower. I haven't overcrowded the pan, and it's super caramelized. So I just popped it into an oven, 425 degrees, let everything roast up until it's nice and golden. And then to make matters like even better, I make a homemade tahini sauce. So this is a little tahini. I'm just gonna put a little bit of garlic in there, a little bit of Meyer lemon. I mean, I'm in LA, why not? Yeah, you could dip your French fries in it. Some salt and pepper. Stir it all up. And this, you could put it on cauliflower, you could put it on broccoli, you could, I mean, I'm blanking on other vegetables right now because we're live, but truly,
look at that,
carrots, you can put it on every vegetable known to man, and it's a perfect way to make vegetables, you know, a little bit more delicious, especially for kids.
Yeah, Gabi, speaking of vegetables and kids, you're admittedly, you ate like a 7-year-old until you were 17, right? I have a 9-year-old, and I'm asking this for every parent watching right now, because it's really concerning for Siri and I now that Etta literally only eats grilled cheeses and pasta, and I wonder, like literally almost, and I'm wondering, like, is there anything we can do to help that along, or are we supposed to just let that happen?
My parents let it happen, to be totally honest, and then I went to culinary school after college, and I seemed to be okay. But I will say, when you make vegetables like this and you get that caramelized flavor, and you tell your kids it tastes like candy, like when I was a private chef, I used to tell the kids that, and they would clear the table. So I feel like, and getting them involved in the kitchen is really nice. My daughter's 1, she can't cook yet, but I can't wait till I can make her chop things.
Well, you're living proof that there's hope for us all, so thank you.
Thank you, Gabi.
I've actually wondered that, you know, when your kids eat no vegetables, like what happens?
They turn into world-renowned chefs like Gabi.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It makes me feel a lot better.
There's hope out there.
There's hope.
Lost time. I also never had seafood before I was 24, so my culinary school teacher thought I was.
There is hope. You're right.
That's right.
It's going to be just
Eating
fine.
Nutella every morning for 20 years is fine.
Yeah,
okay.
That's right.
All right, Gabi, thank you so much.
Okay, here's a question. Do you have somewhere between 2 and 10 random pumpkins laying around your house right now?
I have 2. Well, okay, do not throw them away. Cook with them instead. Here to show us how to make a delicious roast pumpkin ramen. Doesn't that sound incredible?
Sounds yummy.
The author of Mission Vegan, Danny Bowen. Hi, Danny.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
So pumpkin,
Good to see you.
I feel like either you make pumpkin pie or you throw it away.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, you know, I love this trick. This is the easiest dish. I love making this at home for my son.
Okay.
You know, it's a good way to get him to eat pumpkin that's not just pumpkin pie.
Okay.
And word is that you like pumpkin seeds.
I love pumpkin
you love
seeds.
pumpkin seeds, okay?
Yes.
So I want to show you a trick with how to clean, to
nasty.
get the seeds out. This is a smaller pumpkin.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
a
a little guy.
kabocha.
Is that one that you cook? like, can you cook with all pumpkins?
You can cook with most any pumpkin.
Okay.
Any like decorative gourd, you can cook with it.
Okay,
Just depends on how long it's been sitting out.
Good.
You know,
Cool.
cut it.
When they're caved in, don't
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
When you cut it in half, you'll see these seeds
Yep.
here. A good trick to get the seeds out is to kind of make an outline around where it is here, and then just use a spoon and scoop them right out, right?
Oh, look, that's easier than I thought it
Right?
was.
So you're gonna scoop all the seeds out
and
of
get all
this.
that hair and all that business. Okay.
And then so from here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna season this. So I'd like to do a little bit of olive oil, and this is a good.
By the way, it smells amazing in here.
Thank you. This is a great trick for roasting pumpkin. Season it with a little bit of olive oil and salt, and then leave the skin on it. That's going to create a little jacket in the oven, and it's going to steam inside of this,
Oh,
right?
so you just steam it in the oven for how long?
So at 375 for about 45 minutes.
And you paint
until
it
it's
with
like
that.
just tender.
Okay.
And
Ooh,
then
look at this thing.
I mean, I thought that was dough earlier.
what happens is it steams in this jacket and it becomes like a custard. Feel how soft
Oh
that
my
is?
gosh.
And this recipe is amazing because what I do is I get a little bit of olive oil and garlic, get it really nice and soft, and like get it fragrant.
And do you
throw
throw
this
it
right in there. The
with
skin
the
on this
skin?
one, yeah, the skin on this pumpkin.
break it up or
yeah,
just-
go ahead, break it up there.
Oh my gosh, that is smells.
Okay.
So this is the base for our ramen, and this is going to create much like this is actually a lot of
Very
ramens have a lot of
satisfying.
viscosity from a lot of bones and like this is all vegan, so the pumpkin's going to give a lot of body flavor. So that's all done. You season that. This is a little bit of mushroom seasoning or like a soup bouillon. If you have like instant ramen, if you have an instant ramen packet, you can throw that in there.
Okay.
A little bit of that, a little bit of salt. A little bit of soy sauce.
Soy. Okay.
And then water. You want to cover this with water. Let that
So
just
that it kind of
cook
boils?
away. Yeah.
Look at
And
that.
then once this comes to a boil, you let it simmer for about 5 minutes.
And
it's
then
good
take
to go.
it off. That's it.
So I'm going to show you how to make one of my favorite chili pastes. Right now at the farmer's market, there's really amazing chilies still. These have just been roasted.
Are these spicy?
Some of them are spicy.
Okay.
Do you like spicy?
You sure?
Yeah, that was a kind of
do you
a
take the
maybe
seeds
sure.
out or you leave them all in?
I like what I do is I roast them and it's kind of the same as the pumpkin. Olive oil, salt, roast them until they're soft, and then throw them under the charbroiler and get them kind of boiled up. So then
So all the seeds, all the hot stuff stays
everything
in.
stays in. A little bit of vinegar.
When you cook for your son, do you take some of the seeds out or no?
So when I cook for my son, I give him a little bit. You
Yeah.
know, I like to he likes to like
Slowly
experiment with
introduce.
How old
chili.
is he?
He's almost 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
his
I'm
name's
coming over to
Nino.
eat. I have a 9-year-old too.
So this will go in there. You blend that till it's soft.
Okay.
And so for the actual ramen, really, really simple. You get it like this is our broth. It's been cooked. You add some noodles in here. You add some spinach or some greens. Once the noodles are cooked and the greens
my
have
gosh.
wilted, it looks like
Delicious.
this.
Spicy.
Do you want a little bit of spice or any spice or no?
I think did they put spice in? No.
I didn't put any yet, but here's extra pumpkin seeds. If you like, if you have pumpkin seed oil, you can put pumpkin seed oil in there. If not, olive oil.
Oh my God, that
Isn't
is
it great?
Danny, that's
I
so
get why your
yummy.
kids would love this. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take some home.
Oh my God, that's so
My
good. And
gosh.
get spinach too.
Yeah, delicious.
love it.
Thank you, Danny. And for this recipe and more, go to today.com/food and check out Danny's book. It's got some great recipes. Mission Vegan. You can buy it wherever you buy your books or head to today.com/books.
Danny,
Yeah.
great
Thank you
Danny,
so
this
much.
is what I wanted.
So yummy. between Thanksgiving and Christmas, there's usually a lot of overindulging, so you may want to lighten things up.
Okay, so why not go vegan at times? That's the name of the new cookbook from New York Times bestselling author Jessica Seinfeld, and it's chock full of recipes that are so simple and delicious, you may not miss the meat.
Jessica's here. You guys have a real connection, the two of you.
We're sort of related,
Yeah.
but we're going to be related.
Right.
How?
Well, her cat,
Our cats are engaged. Well,
her cat, Javier. Oh, look. Wait.
He's on the left. Javier's
Oh,
on
wait,
the
y'all
left.
actually did an engagement photo?
Well, that's not Eleanor on the
Oh,
right.
but it looks like Eleanor.
Well, no, COVID, yeah. No, actually, Eleanor looks more like Javier.
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh,
Whose
Javier's
cat
on the
is
left.
That's
getting
my
married to
cat
whose
on the left.
Okay.
My cat Javier is marrying Eleanor.
Barbara's cat.
Barbara's
Your
cat.
sister's
My
cat.
sister's
Yeah,
cat.
they're engaged.
You know, I just want to say.
Why is
and
there a love between the two of them? They just are?
Why not? Look
Okay,
at them.
Okay.
What do they
Look
have
at
in
them.
common?
Javier's on the right, Eleanor's on the left.
How did they meet?
She's a little rough and tumble in that
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah, she really is.
How did they meet?
They met online. They met online.
You know what? This is not going to work
Wait,
out
but
well.
Jessica,
Okay,
honestly,
yes.
we couldn't let you go without getting you a little wedding dress for Eleanor and a little tuxedo for Javier.
Oh, so sweet.
Okay.
Well, this is
Are
a
you
big
into it?
announcement.
Yeah,
Yes,
this is a big announcement. And
this
if
is
y'all
real
want a
weird.
venue for the wedding,
Yeah.
y'all can come here.
Do you do weddings?
Yeah, we do pet weddings.
Remember weddings on the plaza? We've never done a pet wedding.
Let's do it. A cat
No,
wedding.
We have to ask you, is Javier vegan?
No,
Okay.
he's not vegan.
Okay.
He's vegan at times, but we're working on him. He's the hardest one in the
All
family.
right. What inspired this? Is it just because people like to be vegan for a little while, but they don't want to commit?
No, I think they feel like they are going to fail. And I hate that word failure around food. I think there should be no shame
Yeah.
associated with food.
Well, that's why we like the at times. This is just for when you feel like stepping it up a little. And actually, Hoda thinks you wrote this book for her because she was vegan for 2 days.
It was really great. I felt good during those 2 days.
Well, that's the point. If you feel really great, you keep doing something.
Okay, so
and I'm
Sloppy
here
Jo-
to make it easy
Okay.
for you.
Sloppy Joes?
Sloppy Joes. We
Without
have these
the
for
meat.
dinner. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is also the point. Get people eating the foods they already like. Just make them vegan.
Okay.
And so let's do this one really quick because I think we took up a lot of time in
Sorry.
this segment. So
Oh, yes.
large
Javier.
top here with our red pepper. We're gonna throw it in the food processor.
Yum.
Jenna, do you like to use a food
sure.
processor?
No, I
Okay.
don't
Pulse
love
that.
to, but-
Okay. Pulse it a couple times so it's the same size, evenly chopped. This
Look how beautiful it is.
beautiful. It's all here. Yep.
And what do
Sauteed.
you add in there?
This is onions. What's
This
in
is
here
that.
is that is
No oil or anything?
yeah, olive oil, onion, garlic, and our peppers that we just chopped.
Okay.
Now we're gonna put in our cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, so we're gonna
Just-
cook
did you
this
pulse that
Yep.
in the thing too?
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
all done in your food processor. We're gonna cook this
Put
for
that
6
in.
minutes. Yes.
And what kind of beans are those?
These are cannellini beans, but you can use chickpeas or you can use red kidney beans. And then we're
then
going to
you're
make our
adding-
sauce, but
oh.
let's make it over here so we have something to do in this segment. Okay. Okay. This is apple cider vinegar.
I
This
didn't
is.
know you could actually cook with that. I just like swallow it kind of
Oh,
disgustingly.
you do that.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, people say you're supposed to.
For
I don't know.
allergies, yeah.
And
Why
what-
don't you put the water in, Jenna?
Okay.
This
That I
is
can
all.
do.
Am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Wait, what was all those spices you're dumping?
Yep. Now you want to talk about it. Okay. This is a little cayenne pepper, chili powder, salt, pepper.
Yeah, okay.
We put brown sugar,
Yum.
tomato
Oh, the
paste,
sweetener, yeah.
water, apple cider vinegar. We're going to mix
Whip it?
that.
Put it in here?
Yeah. Do you want to mix this?
Sure.
They told me not to give you a knife. That was my instruction.
Did they? Maybe I'll take that wedding dress back. The cat wedding could be off.
Let's put this
So
over
you
here.
swirl it around and then you
Yeah,
just dump
and
it
you
right
dump
on
that
top
in
of
there.
that.
And here are
Is
nice,
this what it
pretty.
looks like?
That is what it looks like.
Beautiful.
I mean, it is delicious.
It is actually delicious.
I'm coming over here to
And
where
this
that
is our
bread is.
bun
We're not-
that's been toasted with some olive oil in a skillet.
Is that good?
Yes, gorgeous. Let's put some pickles on there.
Is it yummy?
Delish. The pickles are the best part. Bread and
I
butter
agree.
pickles.
Kosher?
Oh,
What do you do?
I don't.
Not sweet, right?
Those
You
are
put these
sweet
on-
and they're delicious.
No.
Okay, well, we're not
That's a great idea. Actually, somebody on my Instagram said put some vegan cheddar cheese on that and then you're good. And I thought that was a great idea. And here you go.
Okay, now is your family into these?
My family's on
really
board. It's weird. Actually, my son last night, Julian, said, you don't even need to tell me anymore that things are vegan because I think they're sick of getting surprised because I'm like, that's vegan. And they're like, okay.
It's spicy
By the
and
way, it's gotta be-
delicious.
Now, what are these real quick?
These are, if you have a person in your life who's like, I will never eat vegan food, serve them these. These are peanut butter bars and they are so delicious. I made them last night. This has a graham cracker crust. Last night I made them
And
with
this
a
doesn't have
chocolate
any
wafer
butter or
crust.
anything?
No, it has Coconut cream, peanut butter.
Oh my God.
Isn't that great?
But how is that possible?
Oh my God.
I know. Those are in my book, Vegan at Times.
Are those
That is a showstopper.
That is but so is this.
I know, but this. Anyway.
I'm so happy.
But we're just
All
gonna
right,
keep
we love
eating.
cats, we love vegan food,
Yeah.
we love you.
God, this
Tune
is
in to
Jessica.
our cat wedding.
Yes, seriously.
Details
Weird.
TBD.
Oh wait, you have to serve this as the cat cake.
Yes, okay.
Right, with like a little catnip. All right. For these recipes, head to today.com/food and check out Vegan at Times. It is filled with recipes like this. All you have to do is go to today.com/shop.
So good. Tell me to stop.
Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Joanne Lee Molinaro, the author of the Korean Vegan Cookbook.
Joanne made a career as a high-profile trial lawyer, but found another passion after she and her husband decided to go vegan, posting cooking videos online.
Now she shares vegan-friendly Korean recipes inspired by her family with her 4 million followers. Joanne,
Wow.
Good morning. It
Morning.
is so great to see you. Thank you for being here. Your cookbook is already a success. It's on the New York Times bestsellers list. So tell us what we can expect from the Korean Vegan.
Well, good morning to all of you. I'm so excited to be here, and thank you for the kudos on the cookbook. The cookbook is it's basically an extension of the Korean Vegan Online, a bunch of Korean vegan recipes with stories sprinkled throughout about my family and what it was like growing up as a Korean American.
What are the best memories you have about growing up, your experience that sort of inspired you to write this?
Well, one of my favorite memories is waking up at around 11 o'clock at night, my mom frantically making these famous egg rolls for my father's potluck dinner, a holiday potluck dinner. And she was sitting there frying all these egg rolls, and I wanted to eat some, but it was too late at night, and she wouldn't let me have any. And so that is one of the reasons I love making these egg rolls every holiday.
Oh man, I'm looking at those photos. They're making me hungry. So Joanne, what do you got planned for us today? I gotta know.
I've got the famous egg rolls. These are the egg rolls that my mom would make for every holiday potluck dinner, every Christmas, every Thanksgiving. My teachers would be asking, "Hey, Joanne, does your mom make those egg rolls again this year?" Because she would always be giving my teachers these egg rolls. So that's what we're making. We're also going to make some kimchi fried rice, which is the perfect accompaniment, in my opinion, to these egg rolls.
Joanne, first of all, for the record, it's never too late for egg rolls. But obviously, you've got a lot of veggies in there. So how do we make sure that they're cooked properly?
Okay, so we do have a lot of veggies in here, and that's one of the wonderful things about eating a more plant-based diet is because now you have an excuse to eat those vegetables that we were talking about earlier, especially with the new year. We have some celery, we also have some red onion, we have carrots, we have mushrooms. What we're going to do is we're actually going to give them a rough chop and add them to our pan right now with a little bit of oil. And the reason I like to do that is because I want to give them a little bit of a cook before we deep fry them when we wrap them for our egg rolls. I'm just going to start by throwing my mushrooms, my onions, and of course some wonderful garlic. And as you can see, it's rough chopped. There's nothing that needs to be really chopped quite yet.
What are some of the other egg roll stuffing ideas as you walk us through the vegetables? What are some other ideas that you could use?
You know, I've kind of experimented with so many different things now, and I love to put in things like lentils and beans, which I'm going to tell you right now, my mom's going to be like, what are you talking about, Joya? You're not putting beans into egg rolls. But I'm always looking for ways of adding lean protein to sort of my main dishes to make them a little bit more filling and satisfying. And beans are fantastic. Lentils are great. Add different kinds of mushrooms. You know, your imagination is really the limit here.
What's the secret to actually sealing the egg roll up? I mean, to me, as a novice or, in other words, horrible cook, that's what makes me the most nervous about this.
I doubt you're a horrible cook, but the secret here, a lot of people think that you need egg wash, which is the traditional way of doing things. But one of the things that my mom has started experimenting with because her daughter has gone vegan is using water in place of things like egg wash. And when she first tried this, she was like, I don't think this is going to work, Joanne. But believe it or not, it worked perfectly. And you are going to have no problem sealing these egg rolls with just a little bit of water.
And Joanne, what else do you have in store for us?
So in addition to sort of these egg rolls, like I mentioned in the beginning, one of my favorite things to eat in any meal basically is kimchi fried rice. I add kimchi to just about anything. We're going to be adding kimchi to these egg rolls as well. I'm just going to throw some potatoes into our pan here, get those nice and hot. So we've got here this beautiful kimchi, which, you know, is a very iconic Korean ingredient. It's a fantastic prebiotic as well, so it's good for your gut health and all of those things. But the best thing about kimchi is that it adds intense flavor to anything you're going to make, whether it's your fried rice, whether it's your egg rolls, your dumplings, your stew. And so we're going to have both kimchi in our egg rolls as well as in our fried rice today.
So Joanne, I'm staring, of course, at the egg roll right now and thinking about if you make a big batch, can you reheat these? And if you do that, the microwave always kind of makes them soggy, right? What's the best way to try to reheat it if you want to sort of extend the experience?
Oh, Peter, so you hit it right on the nail. So the thing that my mom always gets really frustrated with, no, these egg rolls are soggy. So the best way to ensure that you don't have that soggy situation, if you do want to reheat them, because let's be clear here, there are very few times we're going to have leftovers because they're so good. But in case you make like 1,000 of them, and you do have some leftovers, the best way to do it is to refry them in your deep fryer. Now, if you don't want to fry them, let's say we're kind of an air fryer family, you can certainly stick it in your air fryer, give it a little spray of that oil, stick it in your air fryer or stick it in your convection oven. But in my opinion, the best way to have that real crunchy crispiness is to stick it in your deep fryer right before serving.
Well, Joanne, you've made us all very hungry this morning. If you could just package that all up, have it couriered here, we'll send you the address.
I'll take one.
It is
or
so
10.
great. We'll take 10. It is so good to be with you. And for these recipes, head to today.com/food and be sure to follow Joanne on social media at The Korean Vegan and pick up a copy of her cookbook out now.
You won't be alone. 4 million followers are already doing just that.
That's right.
Incredible.
Thanksgiving and Christmas, there's usually a lot of overindulging, so you may want to lighten things up.
Okay, so why not go vegan at times? That's
great.
the name of the new cookbook from New York Times bestselling author Jessica Seinfeld, and it's chock full of recipes that are so simple and delicious, you may not miss the meat.
Jessica's here. You guys have a real connection, the two of you.
We're sort of related.
Yeah.
Or we're going to be related.
Right.
How?
Well, her cat.
Our cats are engaged. Well,
Her cat, Javier. Oh, look. Wait.
He's on the left. Javier's
Oh,
on
wait,
the
y'all
left.
actually did an engagement photo?
Well, that's not Eleanor on the right.
But it looks like Eleanor.
Well, no, COVID, yeah. No, actually, Eleanor looks more like Javier.
Okay, I'm
But-
confused.
Oh,
Whose
Javier's
cat
on the
is
left.
getting
That's my
married to whose
cat on the left.
Okay.
My cat Javier is marrying Eleanor.
Barbara's cat.
Barbara's
Your
cat.
sister's
My
cat.
sister's
Yeah,
cat.
they're engaged.
You know, I just want to say.
Why is
and
there a love between the two of them? They just are?
Why not? Look
Okay,
at them.
okay.
What do they
Look
have
at
in common?
Javier's on the right, Eleanor's on the left.
How did they meet?
She's
even?
a little rough and tumble in
Yeah.
that picture.
Yeah, she really is.
How did they meet?
They met online. They met online.
You know what? This is not going to work
Wait,
out
but
well.
Jessica,
Okay,
honestly,
yes.
we couldn't let you go without getting you a little wedding dress for Eleanor and a little tuxedo for Javier.
Oh, so sweet.
Okay.
Well, this is
Are
a
you
big
into
announcement.
It? Yeah,
Yes,
this is a
this
big
is-
announcement.
this
And
is
if y'all
real
want a
weird.
venue for the wedding,
Yeah.
y'all can come here.
Do you do weddings?
Yeah, we do pet weddings.
Remember weddings on the plaza? We've never done a pet wedding.
Let's do it. A cat
No,
wedding.
We have to ask you, is Javier vegan?
No,
Okay.
he's not vegan.
Okay.
He's vegan at times, but we're working on him. He's the hardest one in the family.
All right. What inspired this? Is it just because people like to be vegan for a little while, but they don't want to commit?
No, I think they feel like they are going to fail. And I hate that word failure around food. I think there should be no shame
Yeah.
associated with food.
Well, that's why we like the at times. This is just for when you feel like stepping it up a little. And actually, Hoda thinks you wrote this book for her because she was vegan for 2 days.
It was really great. I felt good during those 2 days.
Well, that's the point. If you feel really
see?
great, you keep doing something.
Okay, so
and
Sloppy
I'm here
Jo-
to make it easy
Okay.
for you.
Sloppy Joes?
Sloppy Joes. We
Without
have these
the
for
meat.
dinner. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is also the point. Get people eating the foods they already like. Just make them vegan.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so let's do this one really quick because
Okay.
I think we took up a lot of time in
Sorry.
this segment. So
Well, yes,
large
Javier.
top here with our red pepper. We're gonna throw it in the food processor.
Yum.
Jenna, do you like to use a food
Sure.
processor?
No, I
Okay.
don't
Pulse
love
that.
to, but-
Okay. Pulse it a couple times so it's the same size, evenly chopped. This
Look how beautiful it is.
beautiful.
It's
It's all here. Yep.
And
Sauteed.
what do you add in there?
This is onions. What's
This
in
is
here
that.
is
Olive?
that is
No oil or anything?
yeah, olive oil, onion, garlic, and our peppers that we
Okay.
just chopped.
Okay.
Now we're gonna put in our cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, so
You
we're gonna
just-
cook
did you
this
pulse that
yep.
in the thing too?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's
Okay.
all done in your food processor. We're gonna cook this
Put
for
that
6
in.
minutes. Yes.
And what kind of beans are those?
These are cannellini beans, but
Yum.
you can use chickpeas or you can use red kidney beans. And then we're
then
gonna
you're
make our
adding-
sauce, but
Oh.
let's make it over here so we have
Okay.
something to do in this segment. Okay. Okay. This is apple cider vinegar.
I
This
didn't
is
know you could actually cook with that. I just like swallow it kind of
Oh, you
disgustingly.
do that.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, people say you're supposed to.
For
I don't know.
allergies, yeah. Why don't you put the water in, Jenna?
Okay.
This
That I
is
can
salt.
do.
Am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Wait, what was all those spices you're dumping?
Yep. Now you want to talk about it. Okay. This is a little cayenne pepper, chili powder, salt, pepper.
Yeah, okay.
We put brown sugar,
Yum.
tomato
Oh, the
paste,
sweetener, yeah.
water, apple cider vinegar. We're gonna mix
Whip it?
that.
Put it in here?
Yeah. Do you want to mix this?
Sure.
They told me not to give you a knife. That was my instruction.
Did they? Maybe I'll take that wedding dress back. The cat wedding could be off.
Let's put
Okay,
this
so
over
you
here.
swirl it around and then you
Yeah,
just dump
and
it right
dump
on
that
top
in
of
there.
that.
And here are
Is
nice,
this what it
pretty.
looks like?
That is what it looks like.
Beautiful.
I mean, it is delicious.
It is actually delicious.
I'm coming over here to where
And this
that
is our
bread is.
bun
We're not-
that's been toasted with some olive oil in a skillet.
Is that good?
Yes, gorgeous. Let's put some pickles on there.
Is it yummy?
Delish. The pickles are the best part. Bread and
I
butter
agree.
pickles.
Kosher?
Oh,
What do you do?
I don't.
Not sweet, right?
Those
You
are
put these
sweet
on-
and they're delicious.
No.
Okay, well, I'm not
That's a great idea. Actually, somebody on my Instagram said put some vegan cheddar cheese on that, and then you're good. And I thought that was a great idea. And here you go.
Okay, now is your family into these?
My family's
tastes
on
really
board. It's weird. Actually, my son last night, Julian, said, you don't even need to tell me anymore that things are vegan, because I think they're sick of getting surprised. Because I'm like, that's vegan. And they're like, okay.
It's spicy
By the
and
way, it's got heat.
delicious.
Now, what are these real quick?
These are, if you have a person in your life who's like, I will never eat vegan food, serve them these. These are peanut butter bars, and they are so delicious. I made them last night. This has a graham cracker crust. Last night I made them
And
with
this
a
doesn't have
chocolate
any
wafer
butter or
crust.
anything?
No, it has coconut cream, peanut butter.
Oh my God.
Isn't that great?
But how is that possible?
Oh my God.
I know. Those are in my book, Vegan at Times.
Are those
That is a showstopper.
That is but so is this.
I know, but this. Anyway.
I'm so happy.
But we're just
All
gonna
right,
keep
we love
eating.
cats. We love vegan food.
Yeah.
We
Oh
love
my
you.
God, this is
Tune in to
Jessica.
our cat wedding.
Yes, seriously.
Details
Weird.
TBD.
Oh, and you have to serve this as the cat cake.
Yes, okay.
Right, with like a little catnip. All right. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
3 chefs embracing a growing food movement.
NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers is always on top of the trends. She found out about 3 new restaurants here in New York City where you won't find meat on the menu.
That's right. Not meat, not cheese. They're vegan,
Wow.
actually.
Okay.
How about Mexican, Italian, and soul food restaurants? All plant-based, all run by women of color, all under 30. As you'll see, these 3 executive chefs are ready to challenge your taste buds.
It's a sisterhood of restaurants with a purpose, run by young women, finding inspiration in their own stories. Chef Zyla Cadillo taps into her Mexican heritage to create her cuisine.
My restaurant is Etheria. It is a mezcal bar with vegan-inspired Mexican dishes.
Chef Shanari Freeman leans into her southern roots for recipes.
My restaurant is called Cadence. It is southern soul food, plant-based focus.
And Chef Amara Garib, daughter of an Ecuadorian mother and an Egyptian father, gets her inspiration from her father, who operated a pizza parlor.
My restaurant is called Soda Club. It's a wine bar and it's plant-based Italian fresh pasta.
Did you catch this detail? All 3 skipped the animal products, but not the flavor.
Look, I have to say, when you hear Italian food, when you hear Mexican food, when you hear soul food, I mean, there's a lot of cheese in those, there's a lot of meat in those. I'm Mexican, I grew up with my mom making Mexican food. How is it to make these particular types of food plant-based?
For soul food, one thing you have to definitely focus on is the flavor profile. So just playing around with textures a lot, different flavors, cooking techniques.
I think the Italian food, you just stick with fresh pasta, you can't go wrong.
Mexican people are indigenous people, and a lot of our food is from nature and from the ground. So I feel like it easily translated to being vegan.
Raise your hand if you're a vegan. Okay, so Mira, you're not. What was this process like? I mean, were you like missing the cheese at all on top of a pasta, or no?
It's really easy to just cover something in cheese and it's delicious.
And then it tastes good?
Yeah. It was more challenging because I was just trying to find substitutes to make it more traditional, but not traditional at the same time. We also have a group chat where one of us will be like, this is whack cheese, don't use it, or this is a really good one, you should try it out, stuff like that.
You're all under 30 and you have the titles of executive chef at restaurants in New York City. I mean, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
How's this been to go through together?
Better than going alone.
That's true.
We're able to learn a lot from each other, and also learn a lot about ourselves, how we cook, and how to run restaurants.
Their boss had full faith they could do just that. Ravi Darasi, founder and CEO of Overthrow Hospitality, who owns all the restaurants, decided to give them a shot at starting their own culinary concepts when they were working at the company in different positions.
Was it this purposeful decision to give 3 women of color this opportunity to be executive chefs of New York City restaurants?
I think subconsciously intentional, if that makes sense. They were already in the company and the best suited for these positions. Over 65% of our 300 some odd employees were women and people of color. So we made the very clear decision to put more people of color in places of authority. So as they're hiring, they see through the lens of themselves.
Of course, a taste test had to be part of this assignment to see how they stand up to the real thing. First, plant-based Italian from the Soda Club.
So where should I start?
Definitely with the ravioli.
With the ravioli, okay.
That's my favorite, yeah.
That is amazing.
You good?
No. I'm having a moment.
Next, vegan-inspired Mexican food from Eteria.
The mango salsa looks delicious. It was so good. Oh my goodness.
And finally, I had to try a dish getting rave reviews, fried lasagna, a soul food favorite at Cadence.
I'm so excited. I'm blown away.
Sign me up.
I know, right now, all 3 women say they come up with these innovative recipes by doing their research, which really just means getting to go out to eat a lot. And they all say they're more focused on the flavor and the texture rather than just making sure that it mimics non-vegan food. And I have to say, when I was eating that, it's not like I was eating vegan dishes. I was just eating great food.
This morning on Today Food, one of our favorites, Katie Lee Beagle.
That's right. She is out with a new cookbook. It's not complicated. All of the recipes, simple, made with real ingredients that you probably already have in your house.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby?
You want to see the baby? It's all about the baby, right? Forget the book.
Oh, wait. Okay, good. Wait, we want to see it.
That's what we're talking about.
Where's
There
Iris?
she is.
Oh,
Iris, say hi, baby.
That's a bundle of love.
Katie
right
Lee. Katie Lee, do you just love being a mama? It looks like you were born for it.
Gosh.
Oh.
I love being this baby's mom more than anything in the world. I mean,
my God,
she's just
so
so
good.
sweet and cuddly. She's very well fed, if you can't tell.
Of course she is.
And we should point out, Katie Lee, that saying Katie Lee Beagle is new to all of us here at this show. Tell us.
That's right. I am now a beagle. I added my husband's name because I thought our family should all have the same last name.
Oh,
So
well,
I'm
congratulations.
Iris's mom.
Well, congratulations.
So-
there's the
Thank
family
you.
photo.
Katie,
I'm gonna.
you got your fourth
Go ahead.
cookbook here.
Yeah, you
which
can
we're-
hand off. You want to hand off your baby?
Yeah, no, but listen.
I'm gonna give her to Grandma. Grandma's
Okay.
sitting here.
I wondered,
All right,
like,
go ahead,
how you kind of came, what was the, like, the motivation behind cookbook number 4? But as you're holding the baby, I mean, you must want to do, like, a baby cookbook, too.
I know next has to be baby food. But really with this, I felt like life's complicated enough. Your food shouldn't be. I want to make recipes that are easy and fast with everything that I have in my pantry. I'm not looking for a laundry list of ingredients. So these are easy. You can get them on your table and they taste great. And
So you're going to make two pasta dishes that are vegetarian friendly. Oh, I love that.
Baby.
Vegetarian friendly, right? You guys like eating a little meatless meals in there in your house?
Yeah, we like doing our meatless Mondays, but we also love our burgers and steaks. So it's just about a balance. So I've got here for you just a big old bowl of mushroom bolognese. This is super simple. With this, you just put a variety of mushrooms into a food processor, saute them up with onions and garlic and tomato and red wine and let it simmer. And it's super yummy. It's a good one to have in the fridge and just kind of pick on. Now I'm going to take you over here and we're going to make a spinach artichoke pasta. So this is a great creamy pasta. Think about spinach artichoke dip and add pasta to it and melted cheese.
Oh,
so
wow.
what could be bad about that? So I'm just going to add some olive oil to my pan. And this is a recipe that was actually my husband Ryan's idea when we were doing quarantine because it was all stuff that we had. So I've got my garlic going in the pan. I'm going to add to it a can of artichoke hearts.
I love artichoke hearts.
And then I've got some frozen spinach that I thawed and squeezed all the water out of it. You could also use fresh, just cook it down. It's really important to squeeze that water out. And I've got a little bit of oregano or Italian seasoning. You can add a little pinch of crushed red pepper to it to get a little bit of heat. And you just want to let this cook for a couple of minutes, let the flavors bloom of that garlic and the seasoning. And then to this, I'm going to add some cream cheese. So this is going to make it really rich and creamy. And you can also substitute a light cream cheese if you want to lighten this up, or you can put a little Greek yogurt in it, or just go for it.
Go for it. Yeah.
Think about, what you're eating at another meal. I'm going to add a little bit of the pasta water to it. And this helps thin out the sauce, but it also helps hold everything together because it's got that pasta starch in there. We've seasoned our water so that it has a nice flavor to it. And then you add your pasta to it. So I'm using a rigatoni. Penne would work great as well. When I'm doing these pasta bakes, I really like to use a short pasta. And just have it.
Iris loves it. Iris loves it.
Iris. Iris says, yeah, Mommy, I'll take that.
It wasn't a
Give me
binky
the
in her
creamy
mouth. It was
pasta.
a rigatoni.
She's my kid, right?
Yeah.
She likes to eat. All right. So you let that cook till it gets nice and creamy. Top it with cheese. I've got just shredded mozzarella here.
Oh, my gosh.
It's like
Looks real
Parmesan
good.
cheese.
We're going to have to put the rest on the website.
All right, Katie Lee Beagle,
I've got
we
one
love
here for
you.
you.
Oh, well, let's
Wait,
look at it as you
let's
take
swap.
it out of the oven.
Take a look.
I'll just do the sell here while you do it. Today.com/food if you want to enjoy that. And congrats on the book, Katie. It's not complicated.
Taking
It
a
certainly
piece.
isn't. We appreciate you.
joined by one of our favorite chefs, our Bobby Flay.
That's right. He's got a new book out next week called Beat Bobby Flay. Conquer the kitchen with 100 plus battle-tested recipes.
Yeah, this morning Bobby's teaching us how to win in the kitchen with one of his all-time favorite dishes. Bobby, just when you think you know everything about chili, you're going to do something. Is it a secret ingredient? Is it like, are you going to add some coffee grinds to it? Or are you going to, what are you doing? You're just taking the meat out? You're robbing us?
Well, it is a vegetarian dish, but Carson, you have to understand, first of all, on Beat Bobby Flay, I don't get to decide what the signature dish that we're cooking is. It's the other chef.
Oh, that's right.
So I got challenged to vegetable chili, and also my girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, you know, I got to adjust.
Smart
So
how do you
That's
make
the
it
way
good?
works.
Smart man.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, so come on over. So I'm going to start by making the base of the chili. I always say everything good starts with onions and garlic, so we're going to start with some onions and garlic, and then some tomatoes as well. And of course, you need to bring some spices into the game.
And
So I
Bobby,
have things
who's your
like
girlfriend?
You buried the lead. Wow.
Just kidding.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, you brought it up.
She's going to rename Nameless for now.
Okay.
But thanks for
I'm
asking.
just going to Google it. I'll have it by the end of this segment.
Wow.
All right. So
The
go
chili
ahead.
went
When do you
right
put
out
the
the
meat
window.
in?
Sure did.
Nothing remains
Where'd
nameless,
you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet?
2021.
How'd you guys meet?
Anyway, so then you add a dark beer to the chili, which is one of those secret ingredients, right? And then this becomes the base of it. Now, Carson was asking, like, you know, you rob us of the meat, but you can use things that are vegetables that actually give us the texture.
Very
of the
attractive.
Meat.
Meat-like.
So we're going to
Very
we're going
Carson
to
found her. Carson found her
We're
on
not
the
gonna,
internet.
we're
I
not
will
gonna
not
say it
say
out
the name,
loud.
but
We
he
promise.
very,
But
very
No, he
impressive.
didn't.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vegan
so
or
we have,
vegetarian?
No.
You really are dating
have-
up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
all right. So
This guy
anyway,
went off the rails.
mix,
What
then
vegetables are you using there, Bobby, to
So
replace
thank
the
you
meat?
so much, Al. Thank you so much. So we have eggplant and portobello mushrooms because they have that sort of meaty texture. We're going to add that to the chili as well. And we're going to let this cook for a little while. And then basically what happens is you have the base of the chili, and it looks and feels like chili. It tastes like chili, but it's completely meatless. And then the thing I love about chili is that it becomes like this canvas for all these like really cool garnishes that you can put on top, which is really the key,
that's
right?
a nice shot.
So
that's beautiful.
we have some yogurt that has a little bit of shishito peppers in it and some lime juice. We want that nice cooling effect. And then I have some avocados in here with some diced red onions and some chilies. I'm going to put some avocado on top. It's almost like the chili becomes a vehicle for all these cool things that you want to eat. A few tortilla chips for some crunch. You got to make sure you have that crunch going.
Hey, Bobby, does the chili take less time because it's meat-based, vegetable-based than a meat-based one would?
It does, Al, because if you're cooking something like eggplant or portobello mushrooms, it's going to cook a lot quicker. You just want to make sure that the mushrooms and the eggplant cook all the way through, because then it absorbs all the flavor from the base of the chili itself. You want to cook at that dark beer. You want to get some of that earthiness as well, and then you start to garnish it. A little bit of lime zest on top. So you have some acidity, you have some spiciness, you have a little sweetness, all the good things, and it's a very warming dish. I have to say, like when I first heard that I had to make vegetable chili on Beat Bobby Flay, I was kind of bummed out because I am a meat eater, and but I have to say, like the eggplant and the mushrooms do a great job in substituting it. And of course, it's a little bit healthier. I mean, people are eating a lot more vegetables.
I was going to say, is plant-based having its moment now, Bobby?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a chef, we constantly have to adjust to the trends of the way people are eating. And I will say one thing, people are eating healthier and healthier, and I don't think that's ever going to go in reverse. I think it's only going to keep going in that direction.
Bobby.
So we have to really get very comfortable with cooking vegetables in lots of different ways.
Yeah, what did your girlfriend say when she tried that first bite? I was just curious.
He's trying to help you here. Trying to help a brother out.
But what did she say?
You know what? I haven't made this for her yet, to be perfectly honest. But it's on the dock. Well, it's been the summer now. Now it's getting a little bit.
You're right. Well, is she there right now? You still give it to her.
No, she's not here. But Savannah, thanks so much for asking. You're the best.
Kidding. Bobby, we love you so much. It's just so fun to tease you.
Does she have a key to the elevator?
What else is in your book? We have a couple seconds. What other kind of recipes? Are they all vegetarian?
There's all kinds of things, from like peri-peri chicken to shrimp and grits. There's some great desserts like a spiced chocolate pudding, eggplant rollatini. I mean, Salisbury steak. There's really classic home style dishes, and then there's a couple of things in that are a little bit fancier. But it's if you're a fan of the show, I mean, Al's been on the show a couple of times. It's such a fun show, and we've shot over 500 episodes.
Wow.
Cool.
You've only lost
so
twice.
obviously they're
It's
not
amazing.
all in this book. This is volume 1. So hopefully there'll be more volumes.
It's a terrific
Thanks,
book.
Bobby.
It's
a great show. It's a great book.
Thank you, Bobby.
Good luck with the
Bye.
relationship.
You guys are the best.
You're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house. This is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea, and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free, it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews. This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice, silky cream sauce.
Okay.
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from Farmer's Market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. An Italian love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all of those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic, it's the creaminess from the cashew, and it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest
Simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious. And I think for
So then
people
we're
with
gonna-
lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you, and also you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
So
it
you
just
don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm gonna serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm gonna I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra. What if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's
It's
so smart.
delicious.
Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food. Back now, coming up on 8:51 with a special Today Food in honor of Earth Week. We're celebrating our beautiful planet with sustainable, low-waste recipes.
On this morning's menu, a delicious vegetarian dish from one of our fave chefs, Eric Ripert, the co-owner of New York's Le Bernardin.
And he is out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Vegetable Simple, with over 100 recipes celebrating foods you can grow right in your own garden. Eric, this isn't just a vegetable dish, this is a vegetable book. What made you want to kind of bring veggies front and center?
Good morning. First of all, I love vegetables, and on the weekend I cook a lot of vegetables, especially in the summer when I entertain friends in the country. I love to have different recipes highlighting the vegetables that are in season, and I think it's a great experience for the guests because it's very convivial. You can share and have the plates of all over the table and so on. So it's very nice.
Eric, this one has some history, the recipe you're about to show us. This one came from your grandmother?
Yes, that one is called a Bayaldi. It comes from my grandmother, Emilienne in Provence. And she was doing that on the weekend to make me happy. So we pay homage to her.
And what is Bayaldi?
So Bayaldi is basically a gratin. So it's baked in the oven. It's onions, tomatoes, zucchini, squash, eggplants. And you basically let it cook for 20 minutes at 450 degrees in the oven. And that's what is a Bayaldi. So to do it, you start by cooking your onions like that with some olive oil. And you're going to hear I'm sure you hear it well. The onion. A bit of salt and pepper. And we have some fresh thyme that I'm adding to the onion. And when they are caramelized, they look like that. You see, like in a platter.
Yeah.
I just eat that.
And then it's when you start to cover the onion with a zucchini. So you do a layer of zucchini like that.
How thin do you slice those, Chef?
I'm sorry.
How thin do you slice
I'm
the
removing the onion. They make too much noise.
You slice them pretty thin, the zucchini?
Yes, the zucchinis and the squash and the tomatoes are sliced very, very thinly, about a quarter of an inch. And you go like that in your platter. The entire platter is covered with it. It doesn't take too much time in real time. And Now I have the tomatoes, so layers of tomatoes, and it's going to be very colorful. It's going to be beautiful when it's cooked, and the vegetables caramelize, and you can taste every vegetable. They're not mushy. They really have their own personality, what I call personality, which is their own flavor and so on. So we can go like this.
Hey,
some
Chef,
eggplants again.
How much vegetables do you use? Because it seems like whenever I cook vegetables, they always kind of shrink down. There's a lot of water content. Do you double the amount of vegetables that you normally would use?
Yes, you have to make it very tight in a platter. Like here, like you see, it's very tight. When it's completely covered, you put salt, pepper again on top of it, like this.
Pretty.
And you put some fresh thyme, because the thyme. Oh, this is the picture of.
Looks beautiful.
What is in a book is my grandmother gratin. It goes to the oven, and I'm opening my oven here, right here. When it comes out of the oven, it's beautiful like that.
Let's see.
I just want to show you how it is.
Yeah, see,
Oh, wow.
You see, it's
beautiful.
It's fantastic, and I'm going to show you when you slice it on your plate.
Oh,
Look how gorgeous
Beautiful.
it is.
it's kind of like a
It's
ratatouille.
Together.
Yeah. Do you
And you
serve
can
it
see
with
the layer of onion in the bottom,
Yeah.
and then the zucchini, the tomatoes, and eggplants
It's
and
tight.
squash.
Love it. Do you serve it with
It's very,
anything,
very
Eric?
nice.
Is it by itself, or do you add rice or something with it?
That lamb chop.
Lamb chops.
So you can have, of course, lamb chops or meat if you wish. You can have a side order of rice, or you can have different recipes that are pretty easy to make, and again, that are in the middle of the table, and you basically make your own plate.
It looks substantial.
So good.
It looks meaty.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah,
it's
it's hearty.
hearty.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric.
Thank
Oh
you,
yes,
Chef.
I mean with grilled lamb chop is delicious, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Chef, thank you. Appreciate that. And for recipes or more, of course, there's the new cookbook. You can head over to today.com/food. Chef, thank you so much.
Here this morning is Food Network champion Priyanka Naik, author of The Modern Tiffin. She's sharing simple ways to make the most of our groceries. We've got 2 low-waste and sustainable dishes to celebrate Earth Week. Priyanka, good morning. It's good to see you here.
Nice to see you.
We've already got our tasters over there. We'll get their verdict in a minute.
Yes.
But what's the first thing we're going to make this morning?
So first we're gonna make a spice rubbed cauliflower steak, and we're gonna start with our spices first.
So you're modeling them. Why do we do that?
So here we're gonna use it in a mortar and pestle. So we have black peppercorn and salt, and you're gonna add coriander and some red chilies.
Okay.
So just go ahead and add that, and I'm gonna put you to work.
Okay.
And I need you to
like just grind. Oh,
yes,
I like this.
Grind it up.
Grind up. And why do you do that?
The reason why we want to do this is because we want all of the natural oils to come out of the spices, and it's gonna really help it make it fragrant and flavorful. And notice we didn't toast the spices yet.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
we're going to.
We are going to. So
Okay.
while you do that, I'm gonna get started on the cauliflower. So we're gonna trim off the end right here, just a little bit. It's very fragrant. You smell that?
I do. It's smelling good. I hear you have
Yeah.
a good cauliflower cutting hack or something.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep, okay, just wanna show you actually before I go in, we're gonna keep the core in, and then we're gonna actually just slice the end off, All right, so you see that's intact. That's good. We're gonna save these. And then we're gonna cut about 1 to 2 inch thick cauliflower steaks.
Oh, steaks, I like that.
Yeah, so just like this, you're gonna have the core intact, and we're actually gonna keep the leaves on because we are a low waste, zero waste life, so we wanna make sure that we
Feels
can
like those seasonings may be good now.
Yeah. Do you think so? I don't know. She didn't tell me to stop, so I just kept going. Okay,
well, you can keep it as coarse or fine as you'd like.
Coarse or fine as you'd like.
Yeah, so you're doing great.
Okay,
She's doing great, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
You're lucky I don't come over here with this heavy weapon. Okay.
All right, so we have our steaks here now, and we just want to rub it with a generous amount of olive oil because basically this is going to be the glue for our spices. And notice we're using the leaves as well because they're really nutritious and they're very, very tasty.
Okay.
So we're going to take that spice rub and put it all
That
over
we just
the
made.
steak. Yep,
Okay.
all over. Make sure to get it into all the nooks and crannies. So you want to get your fingers dirty here.
Okay.
So
Really
you
get
want to
in
do
there.
this too.
Sure, why not?
Because you did such a great job with the spices.
Thank you.
So
Okay. But we haven't toasted them yet. Now what happens?
you haven't toasted them yet, that's right. So now what we want to do is in this pan, we have some onions and garlic going because these are our aromatics. Then you want to take our steaks that have been rubbed with spices and you want to get them right into that onion and garlic.
Okay.
And we're gonna sear this up for about 10 or 15 minutes until it's fork tender and fragrant.
Okay.
And while that's cooking up, we're gonna make some of our toppings. So we're gonna start with the pistachio gremolata. So
Yum.
these are just some unsalted pistachios that are chopped. We're gonna add in a good amount of olive oil. And then I'd like you to add in the fresh coriander or cilantro.
All of it?
All of it. We
Just
love
like a
our
lemon
herbs.
zest?
Lemon zest. And then also a good pinch of kosher salt.
Okay. How's it tasting over there, team?
I absolutely
Got a nice kick to it. A lot of
You like
flavor.
it?
Love
I
the
know
peanuts
it's great
too.
because it's spicy, but I love this. So
Okay,
much.
good, good.
Okay, so just mix this
that
together.
up.
Okay.
Yep. And then our
Pretty.
second topping is what we call a cochonbrie at home. So this is a very traditional condiment that we eat at home. I'm Indian, I'm Maharashtrian, so this is kind of like a cooling element. So we have chopped tomatoes. We have some green chilies, which are very spicy. Some fresh grated coconut or desiccated coconut. Some fresh lemon juice, and then we want a good
pinch of salt.
sorry,
Okay,
we
no,
want a good
yeah.
pinch of salt.
Ooh, that's a healthy
and then
pinch. Okay, I'll
mix
stir
that
that
up.
Okay.
Yep.
So you taste all, and then you put it all over the
Yes,
cauliflower.
and then we
Okay.
plate it with some basmati rice.
Okay, and I'm running out of time because we spent so much time here. What do we have here?
So now we're gonna make some yogurt rice. So we have some leftover basmati rice, coconut yogurt. We want to add in all of these ingredients, which
Okay.
is sugar,
We have 30 seconds. What's this?
ginger.
Ginger.
We have
Quick
some
little
green
cup.
chilies,
Yep.
some creamer, and we're gonna add in some cooked basmati
Thank you,
rice.
Priyanka.
Okay.
This is delicious.
Thank you so
We're
much.
gonna come back in the third hour.
Yes, and the whole
Gosh.
recipes are
And I'll
on
eat that full meal,
today.com.
It's Earth Day, so we want you to go green with us. And if you're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house, this is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea, and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free, it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews. This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice silky cream sauce.
Okay.
Wow,
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from farmer's market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. The Italians love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all of those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic, it's the creaminess from the cashew, and it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest
simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious. And I think for
So then
people
we're
with
gonna-
lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you, and also you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm going to go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
so
it
you
just
don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
Once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm going to serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm going to then, I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra, what if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's so
It's
smart.
delicious.
Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Happy Earth Day.
You too.
are back with a special Earth Day edition of Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is here with 2 recipes that are good for us and good for the planet. Joy, good morning. Happy Earth Day.
Good morning. Happy Earth Day. And obviously, the theme is going to be all about plants. And I say that for 2 reasons. Plants, of course, shower our body with all of the right stuff. Fiber and antioxidants, vitamins and minerals, but also because according to a study in the environmental journal Nature, the production of meat products generates the majority of food-related greenhouse gas emissions. So everybody would be sort of reducing their carbon footprint and contributing personally if we just wiggle in more plant-forward meals. And I'm not saying exclusively eating vegetarian or vegan, but the more plants that we could eat, the better off the earth and the environment is going to be.
And that goes for beans too, right?
Beans are fabulous. And you know what I'm making first? I have taken on a beloved classic. I'm going to be making what I'm calling the incredible vegan taco meat. And I'm telling you, I think I nailed it. My macho meat eaters in the house can't get enough of this. So the cool part, yes, that's a bold statement, but I think I could back it up. The best part is it's so simple. So there's only 3 ingredients, and I'm adding to a food processor 3 vegan powerhouses. This is 2.5 cups of cooked lentils. Lentils, of course, are packed with protein and fiber. Now I have this is just a can of rinsed and drained black beans. And I'm using black because I want it to be a dark color like meat, but certainly you could use any bean that you have in your pantry. And this is 1 cup of toasted walnuts. And then all I'm going to do is pulse it. And what I'm going to tell everybody is it's a couple of pulses because you don't want to puree it. You want to have a lot of great texture. So it's basically, whoops, pulse, 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 and we're done. That's it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug this. I'm taking you over to the stove, and I'm going to show you how we cook it up just like ground meat. So come with me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's it. It looks like ground beef.
This is it, and it's not even seasoned. You see how there's a lot of texture still in it? So there's the lentils, the walnuts, and the black beans.
Joy?
I love this.
Joy, show us this other one that's going to help us waste less fresh fruit as well.
Okay, so very carefully, okay, this is just the taco seasoning blend from the store, or you could do it do-it-yourself. I'll put that, on social and on the website. And you just mix this up and come right over here. And so very quickly, this is what it looks like. We're back over here.
So that's just like a regular little taco bar you can set up.
Yes, and it's hearty and substantial. I'm telling you, your meat eaters will love this. And you'll feel really good about the environment. So next we're doing something really cool. This is the first time I've ever tried this, and we were so pleased with the result. You know how you go to the grocery store, you buy all this fresh fruit, and then it sits in your fridge, and when you're in the mood for it, you have a little bit of mold on the raspberries or the blackberries.
They're always moldy.
Yes. Yes. So this is a way to cut back on waste. So I take 3 cups of whatever fruit you have that's sort of seen its heyday in the fridge. You're going to chop it up and you put it in the blender with 2 tablespoons of honey. And so my fruit's going in, and then I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of honey right in there, and you whirl it up, and you're going to puree it so that it's totally smooth and velvety. I've also done this with chopped mango, pineapple can work, any combination can work. Then you spread it out on parchment paper on your baking sheet, and you pop it in the oven at between 150 and 175. It has to be under 200. And you do that because you're going to dehydrate it. But here's the thing. You need a lot of time, 6 to 8 hours in the oven. So it's a great rainy day activity, or if you're working from home. Now look what it comes out like. See this?
It's like a fruit leather.
Oh, wow.
But now we're going to take it to the next level now. So now we take our scissors, just like this, and we have the parchment paper, and I'm going to cut it. You let it cool.
Yeah.
You cut it like this. And guys, you roll it up, and you basically have created, rolled up fruit leather. And look at this. I have, it's chewy, and it's sweet and addictive. It's really, really delicious, and such a fun activity. Look at that.
That's a good...
love this. Thank you so much.
I'm so glad.
And for these
You got it.
recipes, of course, and more, head to today.com/food. And we'll be right back.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And today, we're cooking up 2 recipes that taste great, of course. But in honor of Earth Week, they're also sustainable.
A reminder, you can order all the ingredients for these recipes in one click by scanning the QR code on your screen. It's like a grocery delivery service. So once you purchase online, schedule a store pickup or delivery for your order.
Food Network champion, vegan chef Priyanka Naik is here to help us out in the kitchen for a few minutes. She's also the author of The Modern Tiffin. So, Priyanka, thank you. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me again.
We should tell folks it's sustainable because you can eat everything, that you don't waste anything in the kitchen.
Yes.
These are carrot tops.
Yes. So these are,
I was wondering, I'm like, is that dill? Like, what is that?
No, it's carrot top. I'm actually dressed like a carrot.
Ah,
so
that's
it's
funny.
Like the top of my head. Yeah. So we're just gonna give this a rough chop. This is all edible. You're gonna
Rough chop. That's my
I
specialty
just
in the
threw out a
kitchen.
bunch of carrot tops. I never even
yeah,
thought of.
it's edible and it's very nutritious and it has
Oh.
a very lemony flavor. So we're actually gonna combine these tops
Okay.
with some wilting greens, like all
Okay.
the greens in your fridge that kind of just sit there and they're looking sad,
Yeah. Okay.
but they're still usable. This is spinach. You can add arugula, kale, really
What
whatever
are we making?
you like. We're making a wilted green quesadilla with carrot tops and a carrot and corn esquites.
Do I just put this in here?
Okay.
Put
Okay,
it in,
all
and then
right.
we're gonna get them all sautéed up in here.
So I read that you toast the spices,
Yes,
right?
so we're gonna put in some onion, but before that, yes, you reminded me, we're gonna
Yeah.
toast some spices. So these are whole cumin seeds.
Okay.
This is very traditional to do in a lot of different parts of India, to bloom spices whole in the oil to get the flavors out. And then we're gonna go in with our onions.
And the order is important here. So
The
spice,
order's
then
important.
onion. Okay.
You want to do the spices first so they bloom in the oil and they're fragrant for about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Some green chilies because we like it spicy.
Yep.
And
We
then
like it
some
hot.
garlic.
Ooh, lots of
Yes.
garlic too. I love that.
Yes, so you get this sauteed and once these
Oh
are
wow.
translucent.
You smell that? It smells delicious.
Yeah, already, right? We didn't even do anything. You get all your greens in. So this
What
is
kind of oil is that?
super healthy. This is just a light olive oil.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're
And
gonna
that
salt that
sautés
up.
down
We're
nice.
2
gonna
minutes,
saute
okay.
this down.
I'll take
Okay.
care of
So
this
once
for you.
that's sauteed, we're gonna take a large tortilla. We're gonna add in some cheese. This is vegan cheese. You can use any cheese that you like. I
never
have
tried
smoked
vegan
Gouda.
cheese.
I was about to say,
really
me
good.
neither.
It's
When we
good.
try it, we'll let you know for
You gotta,
sure.
you gotta give it a chance. You're gonna get it on a hot griddle,
Okay.
and then we're gonna add in our sauteed greens from before.
Okay.
So you just plop that right in. Really technical term here.
Okay.
I
And-
love making quesadillas at home because the kids
Yeah.
love the cheese and the cheese hides the veggies. And
Exactly, and this is sustainable, so
Okay.
it's a win-win. And then you toast it up until it's nice and golden brown.
Okay.
Then for our esquites, we have to have some corn which you've charred.
What is esquites?
It is just basically a Mexican corn
Oh.
salad, essentially.
Okay.
Okay.
So it traditionally has charred corn in it. We carve it off of the cob like this. We're using 2 bowls to do that.
That's really smart. That's a pro tip.
Very
You can
clever
do it
idea.
in a bundt pan too, because there's a hole in the middle.
Yes.
You can just put the cob in.
Okay.
And then remember the carrot tops? Well, these are the carrot
the carrots,
bottoms.
okay.
So we saute that up. We
No
have some
carrot goes to
vegan
waste here at the
mayo
Today
and
Show.
some vegan sour cream. You're gonna
Okay.
add that
Let's
in.
mix this together.
Yep, you're gonna put all of this together with the
Nice.
corn. And we're
What are
gonna
our
add some
seasonings here?
cilantro,
I'm gonna try that.
Some whole cumin seeds. I know you said you don't like cumin that much. but
I
you gotta
love
give
Cuban. I was talking about my husband.
Oh, well,
Oh, that is good.
So I try not to cook with it at
Try
home,
this.
but I love it. And what was that, paprika?
that was red chili powder.
Oh,
some
okay,
fresh
so this is
lime
spicy
juice.
too.
Wait, this is really yummy. It's like chili without the meat.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
You're
and then
right.
you got to give the quesadilla a try because the wilted
Oh,
greens
that
are
is
in
good.
there.
It's good. Oh my goodness.
Not good
And
to
I have
do
to
that.
tell you, I really can't tell the difference with the cheese.
I would never know if you didn't tell me.
Vegan cheese gets so much hate, but I'm telling
It
you,
does.
it's good.
Yum.
Oh my goodness.
I actually use vegan cheese sometimes because I'm lactose, not totally intolerant, but
Yeah.
most people, to your point, most people, and they,
You wouldn't
there's
even
so
know.
many different kinds.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is really
Oh
good.
wow, this
I'm
is so
so
fresh.
happy you
Priyanka,
And the
thank
roasted
you so
corn.
much.
Thank you so much.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the
A little
moment.
Al Roker.
What am I doing here?